guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That is my cue. Cue the microphone, and here we go. What would that be? Here we go. I hope your week's off to a good start. Here comes a Tuesday. Getting those bearings straight. I like to keep looking over to my calendar, but it's expired. I need a 2022 calendar. Indeed, we're into the 4th day of January in the Eastern time zone. The rest of the country will be working their way into a Tuesday. Okay, well, what a difference a day can make. A relatively quiet night for most of the country, albeit very, very cold. But it's January, yes. We're into winter time. It's supposed to be cold in the winter, right? Our big storm we were contending with 24 hours ago. Off the eastern seaboard now, it's out of here. But not before leaving quite the damage done. And a lot of people without power tonight trying to find alternative means of staying warm. Here's a good point. Last week we were talking about in New York where they are banning wood-burning stoves. I think that kicks in sometime later this year. You're out of power. You don't have any electricity. So if you've got a gas furnace, well, the motor won't run, the blower won't run, you don't have any electricity. What about an alternative way of staying warm? Can't burn that wood. And we saw a big change in the weather pattern here in the first days of 2022. From the southeast to the mid-Atlantic, where we traded off 80-degree warmth in some areas with an all-out snowstorm. So indeed, the first accumulating snow of the season for many, which ultimately left several cities along the East Coast nearly shut down, including our nation's capital this past day. Snarling traffic, nearly 1 million people without power Monday at the height of the storm. At this point, at least 2 fatalities blamed on this system. Hefty snow amounts across parts of the eastern U.S., accumulations reaching 14.6 inches. In Glendy, Virginia, we saw 11 inches in Swiss, North Carolina. Even areas across the far south, like Alabama, saw a blast of wintry weather. Moores Mill, Alabama, picked up 7 inches of snow. I mean, they got more snow than New York City, Philadelphia, and Boston, all season combined, if you could imagine. The Blount County Sheriff's Office in Tennessee confirmed that the AccuWeather national reporter Bill Waddell Monday that a 7-year-old girl was killed after a tree fell on a rental cabin near the Great Smoky Mountain National Park. During the morning hours, officials still investigating the cause of the girl's death, but weather played a role, they say. Heavy snow that was clinging to the trees. Numerous reports called it about snow-covered trees crashing down throughout the day. There was a second fatality reported by Georgia. Officials with the DeKalb County Fire Department Monday say a 5-year-old boy died after a tree fell on their home in about 5 o'clock in the morning, so probably he was in bed. DeKalb County Fire spokesman says that the wet, windy weather contributed to the tree coming down. Later on Monday, a deadly crash killed 3 in Montgomery County, Maryland, after a vehicle and a snowplow collided. That was just before 7 o'clock in the evening, local time, and shut down part of the Columbia Pike there. All the rain that we've been having, the ground was really soft. The tree split the house in half. That was back in DeKalb County. The scene across Birmingham Monday was a complete 180 from the weather you saw over the weekend. You kicked off New Year with a high temperature reaching 80 degrees. Just a day later, the temperature was at 35 degrees, accompanied by snow, gusty winds, Sunday evening into Monday morning. On up to the northeast, Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport officially reported 7 inches of snow as of 1 o'clock this past afternoon. That's the airport's snowiest day since January the 13th of 2019, when 8.3 inches of snow fell, part of a storm that ultimately dropped 10.3 inches. Southern Delaware received multiple reports of over a foot of snow. Ellendale, Delaware, recorded a snowfall total of 14.5 inches as of Monday night. Meanwhile, Philadelphia pretty much missed out on the snow. The Philadelphia International Airport recording just a half inch of snow as of Monday afternoon. Some of the surrounding areas reporting less than 3 inches of snow. All the same, some of the early bird customers of the supermarket Giant in Center City, the district in Philadelphia, reportedly cleaned out the bread aisle as well as most of the eggs. But as this storm intensified and marched northward, the power outages continued to mount. Problems across multiple states. At the height of the storm, more than 800,000 were without power from Georgia to Tennessee to Maryland. According to Power Outage US, close to 450,000 in Virginia alone were without power at one point this past afternoon. More than 150,000 without power in North Carolina by Monday evening. Now, those numbers are obviously beginning to come down. But according to a statement from Dominion Energy there in Virginia, Dominion Energy, this is turning out to be one of the top 5 winter storms in our history. According to the media relations manager, it's going to be a tough restoration with the cold temperatures and pockets of severe damage, but the crews are working around the clock to restore power as quickly as possible. Now, overnight tonight, temperatures are predicted to drop into the 20s and teens across much of Virginia, where, again, hundreds of thousands of customers are in the dark. People relying on generators need to make sure you have proper ventilation to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Prolonged outages could also raise the risk of pipes bursting with these low temperatures. Obviously, major impacts on air travel once again, which we didn't need that after an incredibly horrible travel weekend due to the COVID and the weather. Temperatures, again, more than 2,800 flights, more than 4,400 worldwide grounded as of midday Monday. There were another 10,000 plus flights delayed on Monday as the inclement weather continues to overwhelm the airports already strained by the impacts of COVID. Atlantic City Airport in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, closed after more than 9.5 inches of snow fell there. New Jersey's governor issuing a state of emergency for 5 southern New Jersey counties, begging people to stay off the roads. The snow came down at a very quick pace across Virginia, and the precip was heavy enough to cause actually thunder snow in parts of Virginia Monday morning. Where's Jim Cantore? If there's thunder snow around, he's got to be there somewhere. Now, the impacts on the roadway, crashes were already mounting before 9 a.m. Monday. Virginia State Police responded to 82 crashes by 8 a.m., but the numbers rapidly jumped up. By 12:30, just after the noon hour, the number of crashes was at 559. The Virginia State Police Emergency Communications Center fielding over 2,000 total calls looking for service from midnight till 3:30 this past afternoon. One of the crashes they responded to was on Route 29, Culpeper County, where a car was pictured off the road, spun backward, about 65 miles southwest of D.C. Monday night, Interstate 95 in Virginia was closed both directions in the Fredericksburg area due to disabled vehicles and downed trees, multiple incidents reported by the Virginia DOT. The temperature had climbed into the 60s on the first 2 days of the new year in D.C., took a nosedive overnight into Monday morning. Whiteout conditions as the snow began sticking to the roads, slick travel around the D.C. area. A snow emergency declaration was issued for midnight Monday, so that just kicked in about 11 minutes ago until 7 p.m. Monday. So I apologize. That was midnight hour Monday, Sunday night into Monday morning. All right, so that was to allow the emergency crews and the snow plows to clear the roads. They canceled all COVID testing for Monday due to the snow emergency. The Metropolitan Transit Authority temporarily suspended service due to the weather conditions. The snow closed all the Smithsonian museums in D.C., including the National Air and Space Museum. Even the president was impacted, battling strong winds and heavy snow as he deplaned Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews a little before 11 o'clock this past morning, returning from the weekend in Delaware once again. Snow plows were needed to clear the runway for the aircraft to land. And then they also had problems, some issues with the presidential motorcade. Had some difficulty getting back to the White House in the midst of that storm there. So how about all those crashes? Virginia State Police took to social media this past morning to warn people, just please stay off the roads. Troopers on the scene of 137 more crashes, 119 stuck vehicles, people just driving too fast for conditions. So the advisory was don't travel unless you have to. All right, so they reported as much as 4 inches of snow in Virginia's Augusta County. The most amount of snow reported so far, up to 10 inches, was forecast for that area. On over into Maryland, state police also responding to crashes. 41 crashes, 29 disabled or unattended vehicles, 161 calls for assistance. Between 3:30 in the morning and 9 a.m. Monday, it got kind of ugly out there. I haven't spoke to Horse Feathers. Remember, he was talking about trying to get back to the home 20 if all went as planned by about 10 o'clock this past morning. I'm sure we'll get an update. I have a sneaky suspicion he may have been a bit late getting back to his destination there, the home 20. So it was a mess in the Northeast this past day. But again, as I look at the radar scene, it's all quiet tonight. We're kind of like in the calm between the storms now, as we do indeed deal with very cold weather, freeze warnings, actually hard freeze warnings, way down into the central and southern portions of Louisiana, as well as southern Mississippi tonight. And there's those are hard freeze warnings. There's freeze warnings almost down all the way to the Gulf Coast there in Mississippi. Cold in the deep south. Let's see how far south our freeze warning is. Freeze warning till 10 a.m. Central Time Tuesdays. Temperature at or below 32 degrees. Southeastern and southern Mississippi, southeastern Louisiana. Frost and freeze conditions will kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and possibly damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. So yeah, the old man winter making its presence known even into the deep south. Meanwhile, on board, who's checking in out of the box? Hey there, it looks like Roy was first with Zorro ready to roll. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Heavy D's with us tonight. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Hello to Daryl. Says good evening. Philly Dan is on board. Does Rainmaker have a spare room over there in Thailand? I'm already done with the cold weather. Stay safe and God bless the Rambler. Yeah, Rainmaker. What's it, probably about 80-something degrees there today? And yes, here we go. Crazy Ray on board. Cheers to all this cold Tuesday morning. West Michigan checking in with 19 degrees at this hour and partly cloudy skies. Deborah says it's a chilly 24 degrees here in Indiana. Have a great morning and stay safe out there. And she said the Vinocolette. The Vinocolette was awesome. Did you get to meet Kim there at the Vinocolette, Deborah? Did you tell her you're a listener to the Steve Sommers overnight drive and you get to say hello to Cresso? Kind of curious, were you there for like Christmas or was it I know they put on a big bash to ring in the new year. Anyway, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve, back on the road. I had a vacation last week. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the high-speed lane to Greeley, Colorado. Joe said, first run of the year, getting back in the groove of things tonight. Shorty, holidays are over, back in the saddle again. Yeah, everybody, a lot of folks, this is first night back out on the road. High pressure pumping. Morning, everybody. The words to the old Christmas song, Baby, It's Cold Outside. Yes, indeed it is. Afternoon, Larry says, hammer down. Be safe out there. We've got, let's see, about 4 inches of snow at the house here in South Jersey. Buckwheat on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Glad to hear another buckwheat last night on the show. So that's a different buckwheat? Okay. Got 24 degrees here in Indianapolis. Have a great, safe morning, everyone. 007 checking in from Ellensburg, Washington at the Flying J tonight. Waiting for the road to clear up on I-90 west to Seattle. Had a lot of snow today. There's Captain Ron checking in, back in the saddle once again, Semper Fi. Morning from Central Florida. Richard checking in. He said 53 degrees. It's chilly. Yeah, cold for Floridians. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Gerald said we actually had a few snowflakes, believe it or not, in the Jacksonville area. Really? Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. A cool 26 degrees here in Arizona. Making our way out to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. James checking in. Did you hear Chuck Schumer is threatening to change the filibuster rule so they can ram through some changes to the voting laws to ensure they stay in power forever? Yes, I saw that Chuck is proposing that, but I believe he's going to run into another roadblock here, much like Manchin pretty much put a halt, at least for the moment, to the Build Back Better legislation. Kristen Sinema, there in Arizona, said she is not in favor of changing the filibuster rule because what goes around comes around, as she put it. And you got to be careful what you wish for. So I don't think they're going to get that either. All right. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Great to have you on board. For those out there for the first night of the new year, trust you had a wonderful New Year's weekend. The holidays are in the books now, right? Now, I did mention we're kind of like the calm between two storms, as big weather system number one is now off the East Coast. Here we roll into a Tuesday, and forecasters are already kind of putting up the flags. Hey, be very good. I'm convinced we're going to be looking at a storm Thursday into Friday, according to AccuWeather's chief meteorologist. The exact track is what remains uncertain right now at this point in time. So looking at some of the weather models, the European and Canadian models were both in agreement this past day of a broad swath of definitely, if you're talking 10 inches of snow, that would be kind of paralyzing for parts of Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, and on up into the Northeast. The German and U.S. models were not in agreement with those two, so differing opinions from the varying models right now. But as each additional model run comes in, they'll be getting a handle on this. We'll break down what they're anticipating at this point in time just ahead. Around the country, our number 844-844-3388. Welcome in the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who else checking in here as we get things on the road? Yeah, Jeff's on board. Says, as this pandemic goes on and on, I saw at least 75 lawmakers have bought and sold stock in companies that make COVID vaccines, treatments, or the tests. You know, that should speak loudly as why we have mandates. I think this should be investigated and prosecute them. It's the whole insider trading thing, right? Absolutely. All right, Daryl says, we got a little bit of snow, northeast Cullman County there. Gilligan's on board. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Cold, dry night on 81 tonight. Got 25 degrees in Christiansburg, Virginia. We didn't actually get much more than the dusting at the home, I guess, in Winchester. But yes, in D.C., they got close to a foot of snow. Chevy guy running late. Installed a 100-watt bulb in the well. Looking at a 28-degree morning temperature. Copy the mail. Let's see, Jimmy Jammer is with us, the legendary Big Moose, on the loose, riding like the one-eyed Jack of Diamonds. Let's see. 15-year-old kid, checking in, believe it or not. Love listening to your show. Well, hi there. I'm looking at the name, U.S. Santa Tracker. Oh, okay. Over the Christmas weekend, I did tune in to the NORAD Santa Tracker briefly to check that out. So wherever we find you out there listening in tonight, hey, great to have you on board. The young generation. Drug Runner checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the Hotshot Secret listeners out there. Here's to a great show and a safe night of driving out there. GM from 20, chilly but clear in New Jersey. Yeah, just 5 inches in New Jersey. All right, for those in the rest of the country out there, truck safe and enjoy the winter wonderland. Deborah did respond. She said, hey, we were there New Year's Eve. Yes, we saw Cresso. Didn't get to talk to him, but looking forward to going back. I bet did they have a big crowd there? I know they have the one price, get you your drinks and your food, and it's supposed to be a good time. We've never done the New Year's Eve celebration there, but it is a beautiful place, isn't it? Hello to Chad this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers. Double Diamond checking in, where we've got 20 degrees in Mansfield, Ohio. Wind makes it feel like 11 at this hour. All right, let's see. The DTS guy is on board, as well as Looper. Good to have you all with us. Meanwhile, again, it's 844-844-3388. Let's go ahead and break it down. As I mentioned here a few moments ago, we're kind of like, at least briefly, the calm between two storms as the Mid-Atlantic deals with cleaning up the first significant storm of the season. Forecasters are busy monitoring the potential for yet another winter storm taking shape and aiming at areas from the Midwest to the Northeast later this week. The next storm brewing has the potential to bring snow to areas that pretty much missed out by this early week storm. Areas from the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. And there's a possibility for more snow to reach that I-95 corridor. Now, snows could spread from the Midwest into the Northeast Thursday evening into Friday, explaining the storm's most likely to track up the East Coast. Now, a storm path that far to the west would unleash snow over areas west of the I-95 corridor, as well as the interior Mid-Atlantic and New England. Could all be in for a dose of wintry weather. Now, that scenario would also spell a stronger storm system. Yeah, forecasters still weighing a range of scenarios. The opposite extreme, taking a weaker storm straight east and out to sea from the Mid-Atlantic. Yes, some snow could spread across the Mid-Atlantic, potentially including the D.C. area once again. Philadelphia, Baltimore, D.C. could all get snow if that particular projection were to play out. but a fresh injection of cold air behind a cold front that will stall from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic, along with some of that jet stream energy, would come together and cause the new winter storm to develop. The atmosphere already began to change gears into a more typical winter pattern over the central U.S. over the weekend. In the wake of that cross-continent storm, people who live in the east are experiencing that transition. Temperatures 20 to 40 degrees lower compared to what you saw over the New Year's weekend as that heavy snow impacted areas this past morning. Now, west of I-95, get ready. Snow is on the way, coming up later this week. Details are still a bit sketchy, but all the ingredients are there for a storm to form, including a fresh injection of cold air. A midweek Alberta clipper storm kind of sets the stage for a larger storm later this week. That clipper will bring generally light snow from the northern plains to the Great Lakes Wednesday, into the interior Northeast probably Wednesday night, but it brings with it a fresh burst of cold air. It's what will follow the clipper that has the forecasters' attention, they say. As a storm moves out of the Rockies at midweek, it may take a track much further to the south over the central states. Thanks to the clipper's fresh push of cold air, it would bring a period of snow and plunging temperatures stretching from Colorado to parts of the Central Plains Wednesday into Wednesday night. One of two things will happen with the storm after it moves out from Arkansas on Thursday. It will either strengthen and track toward the coastal Northeast with heavy precipitation, or it could remain relatively weak and take a more easterly path off the middle part of the Atlantic coast with generally light precipitation Thursday night and Friday. If it remains weak, then enough cold air would be present in the coastal Northeast for some snow to fall, maybe some slippery conditions along I-95 from D.C. to New York City, as well as portions of the Ohio Valley. Now, a strengthening northward turning scenario, which is not a 100% certainty, but it does seem much more likely at this point, given the amount of jet stream energy that's coming in and the big contrast, the temperature contrast that's going to be present with cold to the north and warm air to the south. It was a similar temperature contrast zone that separated readings in the 20s and lower 30s from readings in the 50s and 60s that actually fueled that snowstorm Monday night, Sunday night into Monday morning, as we saw. So Cincinnati, they're pointing out, will look for, right now, it looks like a wintry mix for a time Thursday, transitioning to all snow Thursday night, temperatures plunging from the middle 20s into the lower teens. Further east, Pittsburgh, likely to be well within the accumulating snow zone from this storm. Temperatures projected to fall from the 20s Thursday afternoon into the teens Thursday night. Further to the north, Albany, New York, snow forecast to get underway Thursday night and continue much of the day. Temperatures in the mid-20s to near 30 throughout this storm. They do point out the zone from northeastern Pennsylvania to eastern upstate New York and northwestern New England appears to be most likely to end up with some of the heaviest snow from this particular storm at this point in time. I mean, these areas could be looking for accumulations upwards of 6 inches should the storm become intense and kind of hug the coast there in the Northeast. So again, a lot of models depicting different scenarios. We'll see what unfolds. We'll get a news break here, and we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. Glad to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, bran, rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our De-Stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day because, remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants, By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. I guess first things first. Chuck Schumer talking about the changing the filibuster so they can boost their voting bill. I said the Senate will vote on filibuster rules changes so they can advance some of the stalled voting legislation that, of course, the Democrats say we need this to protect democracy. Right, they need this so they can continue to be in control. In a letter to colleagues this past day, Schumer said the Senate must evolve, and we will debate and consider the rule changes by January 17th on or before Martin Luther King Day, as Democrats seek to overcome Republican opposition to their election law package. Let me be clear, he says, January 6th was a symptom of a broader illness, an effort to delegitimize our election process. And the Senate must advance systemic democracy reforms to repair our republic, or else the events of that day will not be an aberration. It will be the new norm. Of course, this particular package has been stalled in the evenly split 50-50 Senate, blocked by a Republican-led filibuster. In other words, they need 60 votes to advance this legislation forward. Democrats have been unable to agree among themselves, though, over changes to the Senate rules to reduce that 60-vote hurdle. Despite months of private negotiations, there are actually still two Democrat holdouts. Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona have tried to warn their party if you're going to change these rules, arguing if and when Republicans take majority control of the Senate, which could happen later this year, right? They could use this lower voting threshold to advance anything that we oppose as Democrats. Now, the president has been very cautious about this debate. A former senator who largely stands by the existing rules, but is also under enormous political pressure to break the logjam on this legislation. How the Senate rules would be changed is still under discussion, but voting rights advocates claim that the Republican-led states are passing these election laws trying to install election officials loyal to the former president, Donald Trump. Okay. We don't need things like identification to vote, right? Everybody. What the Democrats want is everyone, every state, to be required to send mail-in ballots to all voters. And there's so much more to it. They tried this with H.R. 1 and Senate Bill 1 right out of the box at the start of the year in 2021. That did not get through. Now they're coming back and they're trying to do it another way. It's like they're hell-bent and determined to change those rules. All right, under the industry headlines, I think Gilligan sent me the link to XPO Logistics. Troy Cooper has stepped down as president of the company, but will stay on as a senior advisor through June the 30th, according to the announcement this past day, With the spinoff of GXO earlier this year, and in light of the progress we've made transforming XPO into a pure-play transportation company, Troy and I agreed this was a natural time for him to step down. So says Brad Jacobs, the chairman and chief executive officer. Under the terms of the separation, Mr. Cooper, who stepped down as president effective December 27th, will be paid a consulting fee of up to $275,000, along with additional money for extending non-competition and non-solicitation and non-hire covenants for 4 additional years, apparently, according to that securities filing. And I'll just mention this one more time, the story that just will not go away, the 110-year sentence. Eagle had checked in last evening, and I guess he had missed out where we did share on our Thursday morning program, or Friday morning, going into the New Year's weekend there. Yeah, the fact that the governor there in Colorado has intervened, reducing that 110-year sentence for the truck driver down to 10 years. Yeah, this was an executive order where he granted clemency and commuted his sentence, which now means Aguilera Medeiros will be eligible for parole on December 30th of 2026. Yeah, before the clemency was granted, his parole eligibility date would have been the year 2091. OOIDA's chief executive vice president says Aguilera Medeiros was a victim of a broken system. Yeah, the commuted sentence was a better outcome than the original sentence, he said, but there's still a much bigger issue involved here. We need to start some proactive regulations and legislation in the ways of training, parking, and pay just to begin with. The system right now is rigged for the driver to be left holding the bag even when they did everything that they knew how to do. This could happen to any driver on any day, while carriers can continue to operate unchecked. Now, it points out he had no criminal record before the crash, was not under the influence of drugs or alcohol when the wreck occurred. With that same executive order last Thursday, Colorado's governor also pardoned 1,351 people who had been convicted of possessing 2 ounces or less of marijuana. But in his statement, the governor said that you're not blameless, but the tragic result of your actions were not intentional, as he put it. Your sentence was disproportionate compared with many other inmates in our criminal system who had committed intentional, premeditated, or violent crimes. Eagle asked the question, well, I wonder how some of the family members of those who were killed would feel in light of a 10-year sentence. I guess we have the answer to that question, at least as far as one family member is concerned. It's the brother of one of those who died in that crash, who's pretty upset, reducing a 110 years to 10 years, calling the governor responsible as a despicable human being. Dwayne Bailey, whose brother, William Bailey, was killed in that crash, said the governor has caved to pressure on social media, and he even intentionally announced that commutation during the Marshall Fire that was raging in Colorado, so it would go unnoticed. I don't think there was any intention for the announcement to go unnoticed, but now Dwayne says, as far as I'm concerned, the governor undermined the integrity of the courts. The governor has decided political and social media pressure is more important than the victims of the crash. He said this was not an accident. This was a series of decisions on the part of the driver that caused these 4 deaths. The jury heard the evidence and convicted him. The governor has now put himself above the law by not letting the court proceedings finish out. There was a hearing scheduled for January the 13th to reconsider his sentence, and that is a true point. They were looking at a reduced sentence of 20 to 30 years. This brother feels like the governor should have let that hearing take place. So there you go. All right, get to some of our other industry headlines coming up here. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Rambler out of the box here for a new year. Hello, Rambler.
Well, praise God, and thank you for taking my call, Steve, and hello to all the Overdrive Night Nation. Hey, I feel kind of honored and privileged, man. I'm the first caller, huh?
First
awesome.
Out of the box here. How about that?
I know, right? I know. Man, you were talking about that story with old Chuck Schumer. I tell you what, the rest of them Democrats, that's what I call them, they're so full of it that Roto-Rooter couldn't even help them.
Yeah.
You know, and they picked January the 17th. My birthday, of all times, to try and jam this thing through, you know. Yeah, I feel kind of special because I'm like, wow, I share a birthday with the great James Earl Jones, born January 17th, Betty White, which, was like, that Betty White, I felt like 2021, on the way out the door, just turned around and gave us all the middle finger whenever Betty White got called home.
Yeah.
On the 31st. It's like, wow, just one more slap in the face before 2021 gets on up out of here. And but that's all right, I mean, I'm sure she was covered by the blood of Christ, and she's up there with Blanche and the rest of the Golden Girls. And
yep.
I tell you, he used to watch that show with my mom and my grandmother growing up. Them old lady, I didn't get a lot of what the innuendos they were referring to on that show was. I just kid. But when I got older and I watched it, I'm like, wow.
Right.
Some of these old gals are some dirty old women, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But, see, we had a great service. We had our first service over at Determined Ministries Church. And a great service, the Lord gave me that message. And, Steve, all week I toiled with it. I just couldn't figure it out. And God just put it all together. And we had such a great service and a lot of good feedback. We had over 240 people tune in at once. And that was a good turnout for us, and I'm just so thankful that members of the Overdrive Night Nation has given us a chance, and we're doing good. Praise God, carrying the torch, spreading that gospel message forward, Steve, and I'm praying that God takes us, not only your show, and takes it further, but this church takes it further, and I'm looking forward to great things in 2022, not only for you, Steve, and not only for our church, but for everyone else in the Overdrive Night Nation. I'm looking for bigger and better things for everybody. I'm looking for God to prosper you and all that kind of good stuff. But that's all I got, Steve. I know you got other people that wants to get online. And where's Knucklebuster been? He don't ever call no more.
He had been on vacation for like the last 3 weeks of the year. I think he was one of the first out of the box last night. So he's back out there. I promise he'll be checking in. He's back with us for the new year.
Well, you know what, Steve? I didn't think anything could become anything good that could come out of Mississippi. But old Knucklebuster, he's all right. So yes, that's one thing good that could come out of the state of Mississippi. Don't treat the water over in that state. I love you, Mississippians. Before I get off here, as I always say, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. God bless you. I love you, everybody. Goodbye now.
Welcome into the new year. Thank you much, Rambler. Looking forward to you being a participant, as I'm sure he will here in the year 2022. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, and by the way, Hotshot Secret's #1 selling additive is known as Stiction Eliminator. And it is available at travel centers of America, Petro stopping centers all around the country. Make your engine run better, money back guaranteed. Grab your bottle today. Other industry headlines, what do we have here? Oh, yeah, first of all, speaking of the Hotshot Secret bunker, I stepped out the studio door, and lo and behold, can you believe there are still stars and planets out there? Yeah, we have had just night after night of cloudy, overcast conditions, and haven't seen stars in like forever, it seems. Well, the clouds have cleared out tonight. 24 hours ago, we were supposed to drop down into close to the 20-degree mark, I believe, there for our Monday morning. But we had that cloud cover. I think it was just acting more like a blanket there in the lower atmosphere that kept us a little bit warmer than anticipated with the clear skies tonight. All that radiational cooling, yeah, much cooler temperatures will be in the offing here. All right, finding truck parking along the Indiana toll road may be easier with the launch of a smart parking network system, they announced. The Indiana Toll Road Concession Company announcing the addition of the smart parking signage, the signs that will provide truckers an approximate count of available parking spaces along the toll road, using cameras and sensors to track the available truck parking spaces. The systems displays the information on the digital signs across 157 miles. In addition, parking availability is transmitted through the Truck Specialized Parking Services Osprey platform. So that's something you can use on your computer, your desktop, or your Android or iPhone. It's like an app that you would download for that. Our goal is to give commercial drivers the opportunity to plan their trips more accurately according to the chief operating officer of the Indiana Toll Road Concessions Company. So this information will assist in reducing congestion at the parking facilities and help empower drivers to make quality choices about when and where they will choose to rest. And there's for dog lovers and animal lovers out there, a happy ending to a story to ring in the new year. A truck driver responsible for rescuing a dog loose on the New Jersey Turnpike. He said, yes, that was a happy ending, and I believe it's a sign that 2022 is going to be a great year. Jonathan Bolanos, owner and driver for Team Bolanos Trucking, was headed back to the yard in New Brunswick after hauling his last load of the year back from Florida. They got stuck in traffic on the Jersey Turnpike near exit 6. He said, I was scanning the road for an accident causing the traffic when I noticed a big dog running loose on the road. This big brown dog was clearly scared and searching for safety, and that's when Bolanos and his truck come into play. I saw the dog running full speed towards me. He said, I was still in the truck. I gently tried to move onto the breakdown lane for it to pass me, but instead he went under my truck. My truck became the safe haven for the dog. So I stopped the truck and got out, only to see the dog hanging out under the rig, too scared to come out. He was scared and barking. He was tired. There were a number of good Samaritans who tried to catch him, but nobody could get him. They had to leave the scene because they were blocking the transit lanes. I think the dog was lucky to stay under my truck because he could have got hurt. But a couple of police officers showed up. They worked together to try and coax the dog out from under the truck. But he would not nudge. He would not budge. Until finally there were a couple of tow truck drivers who apparently had the magic touch. Oh, they decided to name him Clifford. Clifford, the big brown dog. Thankfully, they got the dog out from under my truck. I'm just grateful to see the dog is safe. And there were a lot of people showing so much concern. We can accomplish so much when we're all united and try to help. It's amazing when everybody comes together. So I don't know, I'm guessing maybe he adopted because they've got the picture there of he and the big brown dog, Clifford, rescued to ring in the new year. News update as we close out hour number 1. And plenty of room for you. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot VpN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
New Year's Day started off with a bang in the Pittsburgh area.
The National Weather Service says the source of a loud boom heard near Pittsburgh was a meteor. It was heard around 11:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. The Weather Service confirming the sound was an airburst caused by an exploding meteor in the atmosphere. It says there was no seismic activity or thunderstorms when the boom rattled homes. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A fast-moving redistricting trial over North Carolina's new congressional and legislative maps has started. 3 state trial judges are hearing arguments which allege district boundaries approved by the legislature in November are partisan. The state Supreme Court told the judges to rule by January 11th. Appeals are expected to follow. This year's primary already has been delayed from March to May, while the lawsuits are heard. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Dr. Anthony Fauci explains why kids' COVID-19 hospitalization numbers are so high.
As some media headlines across America read doom and gloom for America's children during the Omicron variant of the pandemic, Dr. Fauci on MSNBC says these numbers are being inflated.
That if you look at the children who are hospitalized, many of them are hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID. If a child goes in the hospital, they automatically get tested for COVID, and they get counted as a COVID hospitalized individual, when in fact they may go in for a broken leg or appendicitis or something like that. So it's overcounting the number of children who are, quote, hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A federal judge in Oklahoma has set a January 28th date for the resentencing of Joe Maldonado Passage, better known as the Tiger King Joe Exotic. In July, a federal appeals court ruled he should get a shorter sentence. The U.S. Court of Appeals determined the trial court wrongly treated 2 murder-for-hire convictions separately in calculating his prison term. Maldonado Passage received a 22-year prison sentence. The appeals court said the trial court should have calculated to be between 17 and a half years to just under 22 years in prison. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, by the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Very simple. To which Santa Claus sends a message. Got the latest road conditions on I-80 there. High wind advisory in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. In the Northern California, Sierra Nevada, all westbound trucks required to stop at the brake check area. Half mile west of Nyack. To reduce the risk of brake fires, chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From 2.1 miles east of Baxter to Truckee. There you go. The latest update from the Caltrans, I guess that would be. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Yeah, lo and behold. Is it possible? Is it really possible we're going to start a brand new year with a new mutation right out of the box? Just as Omicron has been dominating the headlines, French scientists announced this past day they've discovered a new variant. Oh boy. A group of academics out of IHU Mediterranean discovered the strain on December the 10th, apparently. Now, the professor who runs that unit said that they discovered the strain. We indeed have several cases of this new variant in the Marseille geographical area. We have named it Variant IHU. 2 new genomes have been submitted. Variant IHU, according to the Daily Mail, reported as having 46 mutations. Oh, it is said to be more vaccine resistant. It has not shown any signs of outcompeting Omicron in terms of transmissibility. But if it's even near or akin to transmissibility of Omicron, yeah, we know that's spreading like wildfire. So far, 12 cases found in Marseille. The first believed to have originated from Cameroon. That's been dubbed B1640.2 and carries the E484K mutation, which is all Greek to me, but that is what is believed to make it more vaccine resistant. These observations show once again the unpredictability of the emergence of new variants and their introduction from abroad. And this kind of exemplifies the difficulty to control such introduction and the subsequent spread. There's a new word, the IHU variant. Well, Happy New Year. See what's going on with Brain Dead this new year. What's going on? How was your weekend?
Happy New Year, Steve.
Okay.
Just got rid of the family yesterday. Thank God they decided to go back home. If that's not a reason to drink, then I don't know what the heck is. But you're talking about that Omicron variations and whatnot. Has anybody figured out to put the mucinex booger back to work again?
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. Jeez. But now, how was your weekend, Steve?
A quiet weekend. Had a good weekend. Just, like I said, didn't do much.
Yeah,
we pretty much stuck around the home 20 after having been exposed. I don't know if you heard, my daughter came down positive with COVID last week. So we've been kind of much just sticking at the home 20.
Oh, Lord. Well, hope she's getting better, Steve.
She is feeling better. She tested again on Sunday, I believe Sunday evening, because she was supposed to go back to work Monday morning, and she came back positive again. So, yeah, but she's not feeling all that awfully bad. But I mean, still tested positive. So.
Yeah, I think I heard in the news break, Dr. Crouchy or Grumpy or whatever his name is, said that these kids are going
Yep.
to the hospital with broken limbs and appendicitis and whatnot, and getting tested positive for COVID. Well, there's a problem right there, Steve. A lot of these numbers, I believe, are being made up. I mean, I've got my own views about it, but like I said, I think a lot of this crap's being made up. It's just not being exposed in the media. A lot of it's not being exposed at all about the amount of fraud that's going on.
Yeah.
Somebody, I bet if somebody went and did the numbers right, a lot of this crap would be barely even registering on the meter. I mean, me and Dingbat were talking about that this this afternoon on the way back home, about all this crap, But anyway, what did I hear about that slacker feller getting sent to Albuquerque? You hear about this?
The who? The slacker?
Yeah, heat wave.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah, he is whining and crying and complaining because we sent him to Albuquerque. No, we did not send him to Albuquerque. We sent him to Atlanta, Texas, that is.
Okay.
And he was supposed to hitch a ride home from there. Now, we raised enough money at the New Year's party to get him that far. Now, how else he's going to get, I don't know, but, hitchhiking's not one of his possibilities now. But we're going to try to start a fund up on to get Heatwave back to Albuquerque.
Well, when I spoke to him last evening, do you realize he does not have any recollection of ever being at the party?
Well, see, that's because he was at the party. He just don't want to tell you the truth.
Oh.
He was there, and he went to some underground bunker, and he got into the secret stash of beer. Now, I bet that secret stash of beer was probably laced with some sort of sleeping agent that just completely wiped his memory. But you know how us union guys stick together. We say the truth to everybody, right? So we know exactly. He's not in Albuquerque. He's in Atlanta, Texas right now, trying to thumb his way home probably in this nice warm temperatures we're having.
Well, those nice warm temperatures they're a memory now. They're an ancient memory, long gone.
Yeah. Don't remind me, we had a bunch of snow and ice here, yesterday that threw everybody for a loop, or Sunday that threw everybody for a loop. But by the way, Steve, now he mentioned something to me today. Now I can't confirm nor deny this. I need to hear the rumor out of you, the truth from the rumor. Have you heard about this?
No, lay it on me.
Well, see, apparently he wants to know where his hotshot secret prize pack is. Apparently he called up Christmas Eve and it was guess the right Christmas carol, and he guessed Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah.
And he's waiting on his hotshot secret prize pack, Steve.
That's amazing. I don't recall being here Christmas Eve.
Oh, you sure about that now? He said you're starting to be a cheapskate again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I got to go. Bye to me.
All right, have a good morning. Happy New Year, by the way. Be safe out there. Anybody checked prices on a used car as of late? Inflation. A story from CBS News. A couple months ago, a woman paid a visit to the used car lot in Omaha, Nebraska. She was on a tight budget, she said, and she was in desperate need of a vehicle to get back and forth to work. She was shown 3 cars priced at her limit, roughly $7,500. She said, I was stunned. That's what I get for $7,500, I recall her saying. The vehicles had far more age or mileage on them than she'd expected for something to replace a car that she had totaled in a crash. She settled on a 2013 Toyota Scion with 160,000 miles on it. The dealer said he didn't really make any profit on the deal. We just helped her out. As prices for used vehicle blow past anything rational, that's the kind of scenario that's playing out at dealerships all over the country. The prices have soared so high, so fast, buyers are being priced out of the market. Consider that the average price of a used vehicle in the United States in November, according to Edmunds.com, was $29,011. Nearly 40% more than just 12 months earlier. And for the first time that anyone can recall, more than half of American households have less income that is considered necessary to purchase the average priced used car. The days when just about anyone with a steady income could wander into an auto lot and get a reliable late model car or buy their kids their first vehicle for a few grand is essentially gone. I've never seen anything remotely close to this. It's craziness. One dealer's have been selling autos for 35 years. It is really frustrating for so many people right now. When the government reported that consumer inflation rocketed 6.8% in the 12 months that ended in November, biggest jump in 40 years, the biggest factor, apart from energy, was used cars. While the rate of increase is beginning to slow, most experts say that the inflated vehicle prices will not be easing anytime soon, not in the foreseeable future. They're blaming it on the pandemic's eruption in March of last year, when auto plants suspended production trying to slow the spread. Sales of new vehicles sank, fewer people trading in used cars and trucks. At the same time, you had the demand for laptops and monitors for people stuck at home having to work that led to the computer chip shortage. Driving the surge are drivers, American motorists, and their wheels are the major culprit pushing consumer prices to the breaking point. How about that? The Consumer Price Index for used cars and trucks in July saw the biggest monthly increase since 1953. Back in the day when the Buick Roadmaster ruled the country's roads. The surge in used vehicle prices responsible for 1/3 of the increase in overall Consumer Price Index. Meanwhile, new car prices also continue to climb. The average new car purchased in May cost more than $41,000, according to Kelley Blue Book. I mean, even new car prices up several $1,000s from just a year ago. What used to be a $5,000 car is now $8,000. What used to be an $8,000 is now an $11,000 or $12,000 car. Now, including taxes, fees, a 10% down payment, and the interest rate of around 7.5%, the average new vehicle now costs $520 a month. Even when you stretch it out, you finance it over nearly 6 years, according to Edmunds, which too expensive for the average person. To make that payment and afford other necessities, your mortgage, your food, your utilities, you'd have to take home at least $60,000 a year or $75,000 before taxes, according to a finance expert at NerdWallet. All right, that's very difficult times for a lot of people, huh? All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive.
Email from Scooter. He said, Steve, I had a friend that had a 2020 Ford F-450 truck. He traded it in for a brand new 22 F-450. He walked away with a check for $8,400 and the new truck. What a crazy world we're living in. So I'm guessing he had financed the new truck, but how is that even possible to walk away with a check and the new truck? The trade-in values, unbelievable. What's going on, Big Moose?
Hey, not much, Mr. Steve Summers. How you getting along this evening?
Doing all right. Kind of early in the program. Long way to go.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, yesterday, my little GMC hit the big milestone, 1 million miles, so I had to take it up to the Chevrolet dealership this evening, and they verified the odometer and everything, so it's I'm going to become one of them million-mile clubs with the General Motors Corporation.
Wow.
I got the text signed off on it and everything, so we're going to see where that goes. Well, in the meantime, I been driving my dad's old Impala around. I had a little trouble tonight with some of the local popos. Actually, State Bear there on I-75, about 10 miles south of the home 20 there. It was some little kid, I don't know what it was, some kind of sukiyaki rice burner. And I give him a hardcore education in a big block Chevrolet. And about that time, the old State Bear lit me up and wrote me a speeding ticket for 97 miles an hour, which I thought was pretty nice of him because I know I was doing at least $1.25. But it was worth it.
Wow. so you
I hadn't had a speeding ticket in a while. That made the old man feel pretty good. Yeah.
That's funny.
That little sukiyaki bicycle petered out there at about the 100-mile-an-hour mark, and I stomped that old 427, buddy, and that sucked that 4-barrel open. That sucker hit second gear, and I was gone.
So what did the officer have to say to you? Did you tell him you were playing with some kid out there or what?
Oh, yeah, I told him. He thought it was great, too, but he had already got me on camera, so he wrote me the ticket. I said, well, that's all right. I ain't had a speeding ticket since Reagan was president, so what the hell, you know?
There you go. You got to act like a kid again. You don't get to do that much these days.
That's it. But anyway, now I'm heading down here to get in that single-screw Subaru with no stack and no shack and see about getting me a load down the Indiana way. Just wanted to call, ring your phone a little bit, and tell you, keep up the good work. And when is Chris going to be on, Thursday or Friday?
He's slated for Thursday. Moose, I know we may end up postponing once again our weekend to the following weekend like we did last weekend. So, yeah, it could be Thursday or Friday. Depends on whether the princess gives me the final word that we're not going to go this weekend.
I got you. All right. Well, I'll be tuning in both days, but I need to ask him a couple of questions there. But I'll save that for another time, another channel. Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid and sunny side up and all that jazz. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
That sounds like a plan. All right. Thank you much. And if I didn't tell you, Happy New Year, Moose. I know he's hoping for a better 22 versus 21. What a horrible 21. All right, we're going to get a news break here. Yeah, another quiet morning on the phones. Actually, a pretty busy Monday morning, but very quiet here on a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. Pappy had called in last evening, and I guess, I'll go ahead and share the audio. In case you had missed it, Twitter has suspended Dr. Robert Malone, the man who created this RNA technology for the vaccines that are being used by both Pfizer and Moderna, and I guess some of the others around the world. And hearing in the news breaks where they just yesterday signed off authorizing a booster, in other words, third shot, for children ages 12 to 15. And Dr. Malone says, well, he has a very important message for the parents out there who are contemplating. I mean, right now, children as young as age 5 potentially getting the vaccinations. So we will share that coming up here. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Facebook has joined Twitter in cutting off Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, delivering a 24-hour hold on her account for allegedly violating its COVID-19 misinformation policy. Former President Donald Trump chimed in on the moves Monday night, urging other people to get off Facebook and Twitter, citing the social media companies as a disgrace to the country. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. And gas prices across the country are averaging around $3.28 per gallon. According to AAA, gas stations in the Pacific Northwest are charging the highest prices. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Card.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
My name is Robert Malone. I'm a physician and a scientist. But more importantly, I'm a father and a grandfather. I don't usually read from a prepared speech, but this is so important that I wanted to make sure that I got every single word and fact, scientific fact, correct. I stand by this statement with a career dedicated to vaccine research and development. I'm vaccinated for COVID, and I'm generally pro-vaccination. I've devoted my entire career to developing safe and effective ways to prevent and treat infectious diseases. After this, I'll be posting the text of this statement so that you can share it with your friends and family. Here's the thing. Before you inject your child, a decision that is irreversible, I wanted to let you know the scientific facts about this genetic vaccine, which is based on the RNA vaccine technology I created. There are three main issues that parents need to understand before they take this irrevocable decision. The first is that a viral gene will be injected into your parent's cells. This gene forces your child's body to make toxic spike proteins. These proteins often cause permanent damage in children's critical organs. These organs include their brain and nervous system, their heart and blood vessels, including blood clots, their reproductive system, and most importantly, this vaccine can trigger fundamental changes to their immune system. The most alarming point about this is that once these damages have occurred, they are irreparable. They cannot be reversed. You can't fix the lesions within their brains. You cannot repair heart tissue scarring. You cannot repair a genetically reset immune system. And this vaccine can cause reproductive damage that could affect future generations of your family. The second thing you need to know is about the fact that this novel technology has not been adequately tested. We need at least 5 years of testing and research before we can really understand the risks associated with this new technology. The harms and risks from new medicines often become revealed many years later. I ask you to ask yourself, as a fellow parent, if you want your child to be part of the most radical experiment in human history. One final point. The reason they're giving you to vaccinate your child is a lie. Your children represent no danger to their parents or grandparents. It's actually the opposite. Their immunity after getting COVID is critical to save your family, if not the world, from this disease. Finally, in summary, there's no benefit for your children or your family to be vaccinating your children against the small risks of the virus, given the known health risks of the vaccine that as a parent, you and your children may have to live with for the rest of your lives. The risk-benefit analysis is not even close with this vaccine for children. As a parent and grandparent, my strong recommendation to you is to resist and fight to protect your children.
Simple as that. That is the Dr. Robert Malone, who, I believe that particular post was, according to the big tech, the straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah, because the fact checkers know more than the damn guy that created the technology, that knows. He was there when they were testing the mRNA technology on animals. Animals to which all died 12 to 24 months after receiving the experimental technology. That's just the fact. So permanently banned from Twitter. I don't know if he's yet been banned from other platforms, social media outlets. Dean just sent me a message for sharing that particular segment we just let you listen to. He said, I got warned by the fact checkers for sharing the doctor's statement. They basically said he was lying, which means he's telling the truth. That's where we are in this country today. You are not allowed to, even as a doctor, as the inventor of the damn technology, you're not allowed to say anything contrary to the message coming from the likes of the World Health Organization, the CDC, the Food and Drug Administration, where they just continue to plow ahead, full steam ahead. Listening to what he just said and realizing Monday, yesterday, the 3rd of January, the new rules implemented in Chicago. Anyone ages 5 and older are not allowed into an indoor setting for dining, or not allowed into a gym. Yeah, pretty much anything where groups of people will be gathering indoors. 5-year-olds. This government is trying to mandate we inject our children with this unknown technology. As he clearly pointed out, we don't know what's going to happen in 5 years, in 10 years. Are they going to have permanent issues? And then the mere fact that we've already got the Omicron variant, which is bypassing the vaccine that is currently available. We just introduced this past day, researchers in France, as I shared a few moments ago, another new variant which appears to very highly avoid the vaccine. As he put it, this is the world's largest experiment in history. I just wanted to share, as I have said, the same with everything else. You make your own decisions, but you're potentially making life and death decisions for your children. And in many cases being forced to make those decisions right now by our government and governments around the world. All right, Icebreaker checking in. Said I had to shut down in Waynesboro, Virginia. Spent the night at the Quality Inn Motel. About 12 inches of snow and 20-mile-an-hour winds. Doubles and empty trailer don't handle that very well. So I'm at home listening. All right, good to have you with us, Icebreaker. Let's see, JCal, South Carolina low country, dropping down to 32 degrees tonight. Neighbor Dave is on board with us, and I'm going to, some of these comments were from hour number 1, but. All right, Miss Millie, hi there. Morning, Steve, and all the callers. I hate winter. Hope everyone has a blessed new year. Sounds like we may get some Thursday, Friday. And, the weather's saying temperatures may drop down close to 0 for the low early Friday. Get ready for the real cold stuff. Hello to Billy this morning. Joe is on board. Kenneth Quigley, our Mr. Q, as he calls himself, on board. Hello to the Buckeye boy checking in from Ackworth, where you've got a crisp 27 degrees. Had some maintenance done on the truck today. Afterwards, noticed most of my dash lights don't work. So I got to figure out what's going on with that. Stepson is feeling a bit better, but his wife has some mild symptoms. They're contending with COVID. Anyway, I'll be heading off to get some rest, and I'll catch the podcast tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Jeff was responding to Big Moose in his little race earlier. He said, LMA all. Laughed my ass off, but it was worth it, right? Sounds like Moose had some fun. All right, there you go. Jeff checking in. Steve, please share a direct link to that man's speech. Wow, that was great. Well, I did share via Facebook this past day. Yeah, now you gotta click on the link and you gotta kind of scroll down the page, but that's you will find that video. That's the only way I could find to actually share it. I don't think it has yet been deleted by Facebook, social media at this point in time. Trying to click over, scroll down. Yeah, it's still there. Under the heading, likely to be removed soon by big tech, by the fact checkers. The headline is censorship. Twitter permanently suspends the mRNA inventor, Dr. Robert Malone. And again, at this point, it's not even flagged. They don't even have the whole vaccine link attached to it yet. They haven't found it. All right, get back to the calls here. Let's check in with Eagle this morning. Good to have you on board. Morning, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, listen, Steve. You know that this audio that you just played a few minutes ago. I'm gonna say this because about that situation. That audio is not only for kids. I hope you know that. You know, well, I know you know that. That audio is for adults too. This vaccine is not safe for adults either, as far as I'm concerned. And here's how it goes, Steve. Here's how it goes with the situation. With the vaccine. We've been talking for months about this deal. There's a reason why people like this guy who made this audio. There's a reason why. I just heard in one of your news breaks that this controversial senator or congressman or what, I forgot what her name is. She has been suspended from Twitter because of comments about COVID.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why, Steve. If this vaccine is as safe as they say it is, how come Twitter and Facebook doesn't want people to talk about it? How come they want to cancel out your social media account if you say anything about it? These people have something to hide, Steve. They're not being honest with you. They're not being honest with the American people about what this thing could potentially do to you and your family. If they're not being honest about this situation, Steve. If they didn't have a problem with you saying things on social media, why are they canceling people's accounts? Can you explain that?
There's a narrative. You have to stick with their narrative. Yeah, you cannot even. Okay. You can't even debate. You can't even question what they say.
Well, I've already told you how I feel about social media, Facebook, Twitter, Insta. None of those applications are on my cell phone. I deleted because and I get tired of explaining myself to the people that listen to your show, Steve. Nobody regulates to me what I can say and what I can't say. So if Twitter and Facebook want to tell me what I can say, you know what they can do. They can take their application and their company and shove it, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't need Mark Zuckerberg and I don't need none of these organizations. Because see, Steve, I'm around your age. I was around before they had cell phones. I was around before they had social media. I don't need social media. I know how to communicate with people without their technology. As simple as that. So they're not going to regulate anything that I have to say as far as I'm concerned. But all I want is the truth to come out, Steve. And like I said, a lot of people got mad at me. A lot of people got mad at me 5 or 6 months ago when I called in and said that the people on your show, a lot of people, you're nothing but a laboratory experiment at this point right now, Steve. Yeah, don't get mad at me for speaking the truth, my man. You get mad at Joe Biden, you get mad at your government. Those are the people that are using you as an experiment, not me, my friend. I'm trying to help you out in this situation. Like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve, when I call this show from now on, I'm advising my family. I'm not talking to your people on your show that listen to your show. If they want to get vaccinated, get back. You can get as many shots as you want to. It's your decision. I'm telling my family, people associated with me, not to associate with this vaccine because I know that it's not safe. And like I say, if Joe Biden tells you that he knows what it's going to do to you 5 years from now, If Dr. Fauci tells you he knows what it's going to do to your body, you and your family, they're lying to you. And if I tell you I know what it's going to do to your body, I don't know what it's going to do, but I'm not willing to take the chance on what it's going to do. That's why I haven't been vaccinated, and I'm telling other people not to do the same thing, Steve. These people have something to hide, as far as I'm concerned. This thing was done on purpose by the Chinese government. We already know this. This thing here, they have there is no cure for the for the coronavirus as we speak tonight. And if the people out there listening to me tonight, if you think that this vaccine that they have out on the public right now is the answer and the cure to this thing, then you're solely mistaken, my friend. I promise you're very badly mistaken, because there are people all over the world right now that are testing positive that have been fully vaccinated. So you can do what you want to do in this situation, Steve. That guy there, you have leading doctors just like that guy that are coming out and telling you not to immunize your kids. And I'm begging everybody that's listening to me tonight, if you care anything about your kids, you'll listen to that man. This guy here is he knows what he's saying. He's a doctor. He knows what he's talking about. Do not vaccinate your kids. It's not worth the risk of ruining their lives for the rest of their lives. This is not a thought out process, Steve. And I appreciate you playing this type of message. There's a lot of people who wouldn't even play something like that on their radio show, Steve. I appreciate you allowing people to hear this so they can make the right decision and not get their kids vaccinated at this point. Because as we speak, Steve, this virus is not really affecting kids. If you look at the number of kids that are death rate is very, very low. There's no reason to put your kids under this deal. You know, and like I say, they make rules up as they go, Steve. They're making deals. Like I say, this thing here is unknown to everybody. They're making up things as they go along. First, it started out with a 14-day quarantine period. Then they dropped it down to 10-day quarantine period. Then now they don't drop it down to 5-day quarantine period to suit their needs. So they're making the rules up as they go along, Steve. And just like I told you last night, let me say this right quick.
That's what they've been doing from day one. They've been doing that from day one. They keep moving the goalposts. There you go. Every time you turn around, we're moving the goalposts.
Yeah, well, let me say this right quick before I hang out with you, Steve. I told you this last night, and the guy from Cincinnati, the police officer, I forgot what his name is, he agreed with what I had to say, and I'm pretty sure there are other people that agree with me. These so-called mandates that they are coming up with in Illinois and New York, where you have to have a vaccination card or a so-called vaccination voucher to get into a restaurant or business or wherever you go, it means absolutely nothing, Steve. You could have been, I'm going to repeat myself one more time, you could have been vaccinated 5 months ago and you still got your voucher card. You walk into a restaurant. When is the last time you've been tested? You could be positive right now. You got a vaccine card in your pocket that says you've been vaccinated, but guess what? You didn't get the COVID test to see if you've been vaccinated within 24 hours. So you can walk in that restaurant with a card and still be positive. So the card means absolutely nothing. So these restaurants and these businesses, just like I told you last night, Steve, the only person they're hurting is themselves, because a lot of people that are unvaccinated are not going to go to their business, and the people that do want to go that are vaccinated are going to be shut. The door is going to be shut on them too. So the only person that's losing out in the long run is them. So their mandates and these other rules they're coming up with is the only person they're hurting is themselves. So it makes absolutely no sense. So like I said, we'll go on with this deal. Just like I told you last week, Steve, we'll go on with this vaccination and this Joe Biden hypocrite liar for the next 3 years until, like I told you, what they're trying to do is scare everybody from going to the polls, make you think that it's unsafe to go out in public to go vote, and until they can rig and rob and vote this and put another loser Democrat in the White House to continue to send the United States down the drain. So if you fall for the trick that they're trying to play with you, go ahead and fall. But like I told you last week, Steve, the Earth will go away after the 2024 election. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Okay, we got to wait till 24. All right, we get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got a little bit behind there, so we'll be rolling into the top of the hour news update in just a moment, after which we will get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. To bear out what Eagle was just saying, that proof in the survey, or study, I should say, that was funded in part by the U.S. government. Yeah, we've continued to hear this narrative that all these people in the hospitals are unvaccinated, or an overwhelming majority are unvaccinated. Well, let me give you the facts. About half the Omicron cases in a major hospital system in Texas are among the vaccinated. Researchers with Houston Methodist Hospital and other institutions performing the genome sequencing of patients with COVID-19 in the Houston area identified 862 people with symptoms whose infections were caused by Omicron. These infections recorded from late November to December the 18th. Of the patients, 430 of them, like I said, nearly half, met the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's definition of a breakthrough case. In other words, fully vaccinated. Most of the patients, 299, had received 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. The rest received either the Moderna primary series or the single-shot Johnson & Johnson. The percentage of patients being vaccinated was much higher for Omicron than either the Alpha or the Delta variants. Again, just proving Omicron is bypassing the vaccine, even people who have had the booster. The percentage went from 3.2% for the Alpha, 24.1% for Delta, 49.9%. That's half for Omicron. And then I mentioned booster. Additionally, the study found 85 patients who had gotten a booster dose, but still contracted symptomatic COVID-19. These are people hospitalized cases. consistent with Omicron causing a significantly increased number of breakthrough cases. It's been reported that this variant has reduced sensitivity to antibody neutralizing in vitro, likely in large part due to the extensive number of amino acid and other structural changes occurring in the Omicron spike protein. Yes, I know it sounds like we're doing another COVID show, right? But when you got new facts and information to pass on, that's what I try to do. So we'll move on to some other things. But first of all, news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests. Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
New Year's Day started off with a bang in the Pittsburgh area.
The National Weather Service says the source of a loud boom heard near Pittsburgh was a meteor. It was heard around 11:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. The Weather Service confirming the sound was an airburst caused by an exploding meteor in the atmosphere. It says there was no seismic activity or thunderstorms when the boom rattled homes. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A fast-moving redistricting trial over North Carolina's new congressional and legislative maps has started. 3 state trial judges are hearing arguments which allege district boundaries approved by the legislature in November are partisan. The state Supreme Court told the judges to rule by January 11th. Appeals are expected to follow. This year's primary already has been delayed from March to May, while the lawsuits are heard. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Dr. Anthony Fauci explains why kids' COVID-19 hospitalization numbers are so high.
As some media headlines across America read doom and gloom for America's children during the Omicron variant of the pandemic, Dr. Fauci on MSNBC says these numbers are being inflated.
That if you look at the children who are hospitalized, many of them are hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID. If a child goes in the hospital, they automatically get tested for COVID, and they they get counted as a COVID hospitalized individual, when in fact they may go in for a broken leg or appendicitis or something like that. So it's overcounting the number of children who are, quote, hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A federal judge in Oklahoma has set a January 28th date for the resentencing of Joe Maldonado Passage, better known as the Tiger King Joe Exotic. In July, a federal appeals court ruled he should get a shorter sentence. The U.S. Court of Appeals determined the trial court wrongly treated 2 murder-for-hire convictions separately in calculating his prison term. Maldonado Passage received a 22-year prison sentence. The appeals court said the trial court should have calculated to be between 17 and a half years to just under 22 years in prison. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Doughboy, I got your request there. I'll kind of forward that link to you momentarily here. All right. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls at 844-3388. Lester, how we been? Happy New Year.
Well, Happy New Year to you, Steve. I've been doing well. How about you?
Plugging away. Trying to stay healthy, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's all. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Hey, on this COVID thing, way I understand, unless I got it wrong, is they can't even determine which of the COVID's diseases that you have when they do the test versus the all three of the Delta.
Right. That is correct. Yeah, when you're doing the rapid test, you could have the Alpha, you can have the Delta, you could have the Omicron. I guess you could also now have the new one. They actually have to do the genome breakdown to see which particular strain you have, and that takes a whole lot more time than either the rapid test or even the 2-day test.
And also, they can't tell the difference if it's the flu or if it's COVID. The way I understand, unless you do the PCR test, and then they, where they, like you said, where they do the breakdown of what it really is. My son, he lives out in Colorado. There, he took all of his kids out of school because they have to be they have to go through all kinds of stuff out there to go to school, and so he took them all out of school, and that way he's not going to have them subject to the shots. Mm-hmm. And him and his wife, neither one are taking the shots, and so basically he's trying to protect his kids from all that. Even, Debbie was telling me about all the different things that's going wrong with the shots. Even the pills that they have, that they just developed, a lot of people don't realize there's things in them pills that will affect the medications that you're taking, will counter-react to medications that you are already taking also.
Yeah, my understanding. I shared last week where I think they've now approved the Pfizer and the Merck pills, which they do say they can have potentially deadly consequences, reaction with some very common, widely prescribed medications, blood pressure medication, anxiety medication, I believe was another. I mean, they didn't list name brands like, I take lisinopril. I'm not sure if that's one of those that would be on the list, but I mean, you got to check for sure with your doctor before taking those pills.
Oh yeah, you do, because you could have a daily reaction to them pills that they just put on the market, and a lot of people don't even know that. It's just unfortunate that they try to hide and cover up as much as they can just to get their narrative pushed through to everybody that's out there listening to them. But that's it's up to them, I guess. I don't know. It's just crazy. But also, this time next week, I will be officially retiring.
Really? You too?
I got, I got 7 more runs to run up to Pittsburgh, and then I'm calling it quits.
Boy, the list is getting to be like a proverbial laundry list of drivers that are going to be big heads on the list. I know Moose is kind of winding down the days out there. You and someone else we talked to here a few days ago that's going to be hanging up the keys. Boy.
Yeah, Debbie's been wanting me to retire the last 2 years, and I've basically been resisting, and then now she's been trying to talk me out of it. But some things came up at some things that came up at work, and I decided, well, no, it's time for me to go, and kind of took her by surprise, and I was planning on going in April anyway. And it just, I did a lot of time up in Pittsburgh and everything, and I kind of got screwed over a little bit. And I decided, well, I'm 65 and 3 months. Well, my birthday's in October between you and Lisa's birthday there. And so 65 in about 3 months. And I'm retiring a little bit early because my retirement date is 66 or 4 months. So I figured I'm just going to go ahead and go on out and try to figure out what to do. Give me some weekends off. I've never had weekends off, really. Never really had holidays off. So it'll give me a bunch of those times to sit back and reflect because, I worked Christmas Eve, Christmas, and day after Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Our jobs here is just every day, just about. Usually Monday's off, and but I don't know. It's time to slow down, I guess.
Well,
I just got to figure out what to do.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what Big Ed was kind of alluding to. He said, while I still have some health and maybe, who knows how much time you got left. But I mean, why work till you're about when you're 1 foot in the grave and you really don't get to enjoy life. And so that's why he's hanging up the keys at the end of this month, as a matter of fact.
Oh, is he? Yeah. Well, mine, I'm leaving the 12th. The 12th will be my last day working. And then, we're going down to my son's house down in Virginia Beach on the 13th. So, it's just a matter of time getting everything back in order.
Mm-hmm.
And, maybe we can meet up again and go out for dinner or something.
Yeah, we'll have to do that. Yeah, maybe one of these days we got to get back out to the Vinicolette, right? That's a good time.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you're right about that. And I have Debbie to get a hold of Lisa, through the Facebook stuff, or have her call her and see if we can set up some time and go out for dinner or something.
Sure.
I know it's a little hard to do right now with everything going on, with every with all the stuff that's going on right now, but it'll be better. Hopefully in another month, this stuff will start wearing down again, until they, like you said, till the new variant comes in. And I think they keep the variants coming so that so the elections can be redistributed.
Yeah, so I mean the whole
illegals.
So we can mandate, got to mail out ballots for everyone.
Yeah, including the ones that not supposed to get them.
Right.
Especially them. It's just unfortunate that that the working people has to support all of them people that don't deserve to be supported, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Especially lazy ones that don't want to go to work. I don't feel like supporting them no more. That's my opinion on that. Sir. We've done supported them for the last damn near 2 years, and I haven't missed a day's work since this all started, and I've seen people that I work around that take advantage of that situation just to say they are, but really they're not, just to get so many weeks of paid. I call it vacation time, even though we've had a couple of them that has been sick, but we've had a lot of them that really has not been sick.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
But it's not for us to really say, but you just get tired of supporting all these people through our tax dollars. They say it's the government's money, but actually it's not the government's money. It's our money that we pay into the government for them to frivolously use it the wrong ways. But that's the way life is, I guess, unfortunately.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, we'll chat, we'll get together and enjoy your last few final runs. Be safe
great
out there and enjoy retirement, right? How about that? And a quick time out. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, thank you much, Doughboy. I got your message there. So he said, I couldn't go to Facebook to get the link because Facebook has me in jail for 27 more days. That's great. What'd you do this time, Doughboy? Hey, good morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve?
Not a whole lot.
Hey, thanks for playing that, man.
Yeah, thanks for forwarding that to me, yes.
Let's just put this in perspective a little bit, Steve. I think we mentioned this again the other night a little bit, but there's 30 million people in the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
68%, I think they're saying, has been vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, let's just say, roughly 200 million people that has been vaccinated. What if 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the road, things go terribly wrong? If just 1% of vaccinated people start having some sort of problems, that's 2 million people, Steve, with this vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And for the left, the Biden administration, the socialist media, the tech tyrants to push this, for the mail-in ballots. That's why they're doing this, Steve. It's for control, and the election coming up. They got to keep us scared, keep us in fear. But Steve, they got to know this. They're not stupid. They just don't care. They flat out don't care.
Yeah.
Tucker played a little thing tonight. He thought, Steve, I sent you an email a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you got it or remember seeing it, but Fauci admitted tonight that they were lying, Steve, when they put out all these numbers about children being in the hospital with COVID, right? Well, they're not in the hospital because of COVID.
And isn't it amazing that I mean, actually, Fauci is admitting that. That kind of blows my mind that he's admitting it finally. They're coming in with they got a skateboard for Christmas. They got a broken ankle, and they tested positive. They're going down his numbers, hospitalized with COVID.
Where's the fact checker, Steve? Why ain't Fauci banned from Twitter?
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yeah.
He ain't allowed to say that. Steve, look at all the people that have been banned from Twitter for exercising their free speech. And then to come find out after they've been banned that these people
were right,
telling the truth.
Yeah.
It blows my mind. Shenanigans with words, Steve. That's all it is. Shenanigans with words. Do not believe anything comes out of these media tyrants, tech tyrants, along with Fauci. You can't believe anything they say, Steve. Our free speech is in definitely jeopardy, man. It's just absolute craziness. But man, that's about all I got, Steve. When you played that, I appreciated it. And then again, he's not demanding. He's just trying to give everybody,
He's simply preventing scientific fact and truth. That's the way he put it. Now, he took the vaccine. He's vaccinated. I think, his spouse is vaccinated, but he knows that the medical community has not had the years to test all this to see what impacts it's going to have. Yet we talk about how many people were prescribed Zantac over the years, which now, it's cancer.
Yes. Remember, 6 months ago I brought that up. See, I was taking that stuff I was taking Zantac, Steve, for years. 4 or 5 years. 15 years, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Because I take some arthritis medication. I was taking Indocin. It's really hard on the stomach. So the doctor's, well, here, you need to take some Zantac. That will, coat your stomach, help your stomach from the hard-hitting Indocin,
and give you cancer. But we didn't find out it's going to give you cancer until 10 years later.
Yep. And what if that's what happens with this vaccine, Steve? And God forbid you can't even talk about it. They will ban you.
Yep.
What kind of craziness is that? But, all right, my man. Listen, I'm doing a little more research on China, Steve. Upcoming days or give me a little week to get all my cookies in a row here. But I'm going to throw some stuff out about China, give you something to think about.
Something to think about, okay?
Yes, sir. Goes way beyond Taiwan, my man. So.
All right.
All right. Peace out. Peace, everybody. Drive safe. Have a good night.
We'll look forward to it. Thank you, Pappy. Hey, here's a new word to add to your vocabulary. Jot this one down. Flurona. 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 What is flurona? Well, that's when you come down with the flu and the Rona. It's flurona. Israel has recorded what is widely believed to be the first case of flurona disease. Double infection, coronavirus with the seasonal flu. In this case, it's in an unvaccinated pregnant woman. The unnamed woman displayed mild symptoms. She's doing well, expected to be discharged from the hospital later on Thursday. She was diagnosed with the flu and coronavirus as soon as she arrived. Both tests came back positive, even after we checked again, according to doctors. The disease is the same disease. They're viral, and they cause difficulty breathing since both of them attack the upper respiratory tract. We're seeing more and more cases of individuals who have contracted both coronavirus and the seasonal flu at the same time. Both contagious respiratory illnesses can present similar symptoms: cough, sore throat, fever, muscle, body aches, fatigue. Last year, we didn't witness flu cases among pregnant and birthing women. Today, we're seeing cases of both coronavirus and the flu starting to rear their ugly heads. While the majority of people who contract the flu tend to recover within a few days or weeks, it can lead to life-threatening complications: pneumonia, inflammation of the heart, aka myocarditis, multiple organ failure, although that is rare. Last week, a 31-year-old pregnant woman died in Jerusalem after contracting the flu. The woman, who gave birth to a son via cesarean section, passed shortly after being placed on a ventilator due to respiratory complications. Child said to be in stable condition. And there you go, news update, bottom of the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, brown rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our de-stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day because remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your... This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Meanwhile, for our traveling friends like Heatwave traveling out west, new year, same stormy pattern for the Northwest. After frequent storms closing out 21, even more rounds of rain and snow in the forecast. Here in this first full week of 22. By sunrise this past day, the first storm of the week was already underway. Heavy rain stretched along the I-5 corridor from Seattle to Eugene, Oregon. Heavy snow targeted the Cascades of Washington and northern Oregon, prompting the National Weather Service to issue winter storm warnings. As of Monday morning, portions of I-90 through the mountainous terrain of Washington was closed, including Snoqualmie Pass, where the road was indistinguishable, as they put it. White Pass was also closed. Chains required for motorists braving Stevens Pass. Avalanche warnings issued for the eastern slopes of the Cascades by the Northwest Avalanche Center this past evening. Precip is expanding eastward through the night tonight, prolonging the dreary conditions. Flooding concerns have also been raised in some areas, particularly where the milder conditions in the rain are likely to quickly melt any lingering piles of snow in the lower elevations. This relentless stormy pattern looks like it's going to continue through much of the week. After another wave of rain and snow for the Northwest Monday, 2 more storms following before the end of this week. Rain expected for Seattle and Portland through the day today. Even more snow for the Cascades. Cold enough air is forecast to linger east of the Cascades to promote snow, or at least a rain-snow mix, across interior portions of Oregon and Washington, as well as Idaho and western Wyoming and Montana through Tuesday night. Highest snow totals forecast to remain in the highest elevations of the Cascades. By sunset today, some locations in Washington could have as much as 2 to 3 feet of snow since the start of the new year. And the combination of wind and snow could cause power outages as well as travel delays outside of the highest elevations as the storm continues to push off to the east. Accumulating snow is expected to spread across Wyoming, Colorado, into the Central Plains by the middle of this week. And I believe that may be the storm eventually. They're talking about the storm that comes out of the Rockies eventually that may bring some accumulating snow to parts of the Ohio Valley. Even some of our Cincinnati forecasters have been kind of addressing the various model runs, which do not appear to be in agreement. Some depicting a pretty significant accumulations, others lighter or very little, but they'll be putting that all together over the next couple of days. Jolly Green Giant, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and Happy New Year to all the cartoon characters out there. Now, Moose, I cannot believe you did that. I watched all those Fast and Furious movies, and those rice burners are pretty fast, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when they hit that nitro button. I'm surprised that Peppy didn't say anything about Moose there burning up our Ohio roads there. Come on. So I don't know what to tell him, but I just wanted to tell you that I've been calling your show now for almost a year now, and so I want to wish you a happy anniversary, and thank you for entertaining us and keeping us awake at night. Sex Maniac is off tonight, Flash is off tonight, but Jolly Green is out here working. So also Thursday, we do have a snowstorm coming in there in the Queen City, but that's coming in during the day. So I'm glad it's coming in during the day, not at night. So there you go. But that's really all I got to say tonight. I am listening. I just want to thank you for keeping us awake. And like I said, I wanted to wish everybody a Happy New Year. You take care and have a good night.
All right. Thank you for listening in. Thanks for participating here for almost a year now. There you go. Do you believe this is a sign that the Democrats know They know darn good and well right now that red wave, that wave is coming this November. Democrats have started to look for a successor to Nancy Pelosi. Will we finally be rid of the wicked old witch? She's expected to retire after November's midterm elections. Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York is the early favorite to become the next Democrat leader. But the maneuvering for power has just begun. According to the New York Post, infighting between the party's far left and moderate wings could play a role in replacing Pelosi. Infighting may potentially focus on saving President Biden's agenda after numerous far-left measures in the Build Back Better Act were stripped out due to lack of support from the more moderate wing of the party. And it obviously has not passed. The Senate could fail should the Democrats lose control of Congress in November, obviously. Far-left Representative Ro Khanna of California, a supporter of Bernie Sanders, stated that whoever it is, I hope they would adopt progressive positions and listen to the broad caucus and build consensus. All right. Representative Brad Schneider of Illinois said, I want to make sure that it's someone who can pull the party together. As Pelosi says, our diversity is our strength. Unity is our power. I want to make sure someone who can hold that unity. There you go. That's they see the handwriting on the wall there. And oh boy, at the same time, while we're on politics for a moment, Ted Cruz predicting that Republicans, when they take over the House in the midterm elections later this year, will probably move to impeach Joe Biden in 2023. According to the latest episode of his podcast, he said that he is very optimistic about 22. I put the odds of Republicans winning the House at 90-10, maybe even higher than that. So 90% likelihood. He noted that impeachment could potentially occur next year should Republicans take the House, saying that if we take the House, which I said is overwhelmingly likely, I believe we will see serious investigations of the Biden administration. Maybe they'll finally do something about looking into, Hunter and Joe's ties with Hunter and the pay-to-play schemes that right now the Department of Justice is completely ignoring. Regarding impeachment, Cruz said he thinks there's a chance, noting that whether it's justified or not, the Democrats did weaponize impeachment. They used it for partisan purposes to go after Trump because they disagree with him. One of the real disadvantages of doing that is the more you weaponize it and turn it into a partisan cudgel, you know what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yep, what goes around comes around. Very likely. All right, Chevy Guy on the line. What's going on this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just sitting back and copying the mail and having a great time with everybody that called in. Pappy covered what I was going to talk about a little bit, except for this one thing. I think Fauci this switchover is trying to help Joe Biden cover his backside, where he threw his hands up there, said the federal government can't do anything about this. It's a state's problem. So that's the one thing I'm thinking the reason why he's coming out, because the overcounting of the cases of COVID has been going on forever. So, other than that, I'll just go ahead and talk about something. I went to the doctor, did blood work, whatever. Fast for 14 hours, So, I'm up here at Aiken, South Carolina. I mean, it's a wonderful place. They got all kinds of restaurants there. So I'm going to have breakfast. So I run down Whiskey Road, and you got one of them Cracker Barrels off to the left. And then I won't even mention the one on the right. And, well, all I'm going to say is I had me a huge plate of hash browns with chili on top.
Okay.
I mean, with the coffee, woo-hoo. I mean, I was sitting there and I wanted to get up and hug the fry cook, you know, and I don't think he would have liked that. Other than that, so obviously, you know, I was at the Waffle House. You know, I've never had a waffle at the Waffle House.
Really?
I always go for the hash brown bowl.
Huh.
Yeah, I've never had a waffle at a Waffle House. So, and what I've seen of them, I mean, you think, you know, I remember as a kid, it seemed like waffles at the red one with the red roof. What, Howard Johnson's.
Yeah.
It seemed like to me when they brought you a waffle, you know, you better bring a doggy bag with it, because that thing was huge. You know, the things I've seen them bringing out there at the Waffle House, I mean, didn't look like much at all. And as for retirement, you know, God bless them, and I hope everybody enjoys it. But my wife's been getting on me because in March I turned 65, and I haven't even done anything I keep getting all this information, and they want me to sign in to Social Security, whatever, I don't know. But hey, I'm working with a bunch of guys they work in the woods. They're 72, 75. You know what I'm saying? I don't see an end of it. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm having too much fun to quit. So. But yeah, I'd be embarrassed to walk in and say, I'm retiring. I'm getting too old. The only guy I know in the company that's retired, he's a little younger than me, but I think he has health problems, not mentioning. So other than that, we got plans to keep doing this until they tell me to stop doing it. And of course, I'm going to be sitting out here copying the mail the whole time and enjoying the Steve Summers overnight drive. 10-4.
10-4.
Other than that, we're going to sit back and just enjoy the ride. Over and out.
Over and out. Thank you much. There you go. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say we head on down to the Sunshine State? Philip on the way to the office this morning. Hey, Philip, what's going on? Happy Tuesday.
Hey, bud, happy Tuesday. Just going down I-4, enjoying the ride, man. Hey, Steve, did you hear some of the legislation they're going to be putting up in Florida?
Give us the latest. What you got?
All right, so this just goes to show you how they like holding things up between them. It's okay. So on the Republican side, we're trying to put a bill in for constitutional carry with guns. Okay. And on the Democratic side, we're trying to put a bill in to change the way that you get your gun, as far as, you know, when the clearance to get your gun, the cooling off period and whatnot. I sent the information to you and Pappy yesterday. Pappy responded back. He says, "Here we go again." And that's pretty much it. It's like every time that something doesn't go somebody's way, they got to throw something up to counter back with. We've seen it toward the end of last year when they started doing the deal with abortion, just like Texas. You know, it's back and forth, you know. And as far as the COVID goes, I'll tell you a little story. I got a nephew who went to Times Square to watch the ball drop in New York City. He said he got to see the ball drop. He said he was about a half a block away from it, but he said he tested negative because you had to have a test to get in, but they would not take his test to some of the restaurants. He didn't have his Vax card, so he couldn't go to some of the restaurants. He said some of the taxi cabs wouldn't even let him inside of his taxi cab to take him from one place to another.
Wow.
Because he didn't have his Vax card in New York. And he went back to Illinois, and a lot of his cousins, I've talked to most of them, they're all peed off at Illinois because of the way the situation is in Illinois. And I just keep telling everybody, hey, dude, come on down. We got plenty of room. Come on down. You get fed up with that mess up there, come on down. I don't have a problem with it. We got a lot of land down here. We can hook you up. It might be a little bit more expensive than it used to be, but hey, we can hook you up.
Yep.
But it just seems like everybody and their brother is just complaining anymore. Just do your stuff and go to work. And talking about COVID as well, you know, when you talk about these airplanes and shortages and whatnot, people haven't talked too much about trucking. I got a friend in Chicago right now who's got 25 drivers, and he's only got 2 of those 25 drivers out there working right now because of it. And that's a sad day when your freight don't move because of that.
Wow.
So it's coming, and that's an LTL situation. That's not an over-the-road situation. That's an LTL driver. So that's all local pickups and deliveries. So that when you sit on the telephone Sunday morning after New Year's and you have to call all your customers and let them know that, hey, dude, you're not getting your freight tomorrow, I'd hate to be the guy in that situation. And that happened this Sunday. So it's a hard decision to make, but it's the way it blows. And I asked him, I said, how are you going to get through it? He said, dude, it's just another day, just like 9/11 or just like anything else. You got to weather the storm and go through it. He said the customers were understanding. We just got to do what we got to do, and we'll catch up. Just like you were talking about the snowstorms. The snowstorms have slowed a lot of freight down. That's the way they work with the snowstorms. You know, the freight slows down. You got to catch up at the end of the week. So, but just food for thought there. And if anybody wants to come on down, dude. We got plenty of room. So y'all have a good one, Steve. Thanks, bud.
Hey, thank you. Good to have you on board. Have a great day there in the Sunshine State, Florida, where it looks like a very quiet morning. Radar. Yeah, most of the country, it is a quiet Tuesday morning. Yeah, we did have that system that came into the Pacific Northwest, as we mentioned, early Monday, which is bringing a little bit of snow, still some snow falling over in western portions of Montana. Yeah, a little bit of action still in southern Idaho. A few pockets of decent snow there. Yeah, it looks like, again, a little bit of, not a whole lot, but a little bit of snow up north of Seattle, down southeast of Portland. I think we've got our next storm that's going to be coming ashore. They see all the moisture out there over the Pacific. Big plume of moisture as that train of storms will continue to impact the Pacific Northwest this week. Let's check in with Devious this morning. Hello, Devious.
Hey there. I'm rolling up this 29 here this morning, getting ready to come up to Manassas and jump in the old coal truck and head to Pennsylvania. So hopefully everything is well that way. But I was in this daggone storm yesterday and did fairly well going from Manassas to Maryland from my first pickup, and came back to the plant, and all hell broke loose trying to go west 66 just to Strasburg, Virginia, to pick up a load of chicken. And man, that thing, it took about two hours and some change before I got there. It's usually about an hour's drive at the most. And but I made it. Everything was good. The only problem is I had an empty trailer, and I was white knuckling all the way. But I got my load picked up, and everything was good. But we got about 8 inches at our house, which I live down below Culpeper. You mentioned that a while ago, Culpeper, Virginia, and I guess I was one of the lucky ones, because when I did finally make it to my second stop west of Washington there on I-66, I kind of got held up for about 3 hours before they loaded me, and hell, by the time I waited there, the sun had done came out, you know, and I was on the west, probably the western side of that storm that it wasn't too far west from me. And but man, some of my buddies, man, oh my God, they were caught up in snarled up traffic on 95 coming up from the south, and one guy from the eastern shore of Maryland, man, it took him hours to get back. And man, Mother Nature sure does put it to you when she wants to, don't it?
95 was a mess yesterday, and then someone posted here, I guess, a little after 10 o'clock this past evening, that I guess there was still a lot of black ice, and 95 was a mess in parts of the state again.
Hey, you mentioned Glendale. Did you say Glendale, Virginia? No, Glendy. You said Glendy, Virginia had the most snow, like 16 inches. I was trying to look at that on the map, and I didn't see any reference to Glendy, Virginia.
Glendy. Glendy.
I'll look that up. I was just curious where that was.
Glendy, Virginia. 14.6 inches there.
See, I live on the eastern side of the Blue Ridge, pretty much down 29, and especially the northern half part of the state has the mountains on the west side of 29, and of course 81. Usually that's the dividing line. I was surprised that we got such a crazy snowstorm, but. Generally speaking, living in this area for 60-some years, it's usually that kind of a snowstorm coming up from the south really gets us good. So I tell you, man, I ran into 13 degrees there near Culpeper, Virginia, on that one little cold stretch on the way to work this morning, and this little VW diesel is doing a good job of it. So I got no problems with this thing.
Yeah, when you get those storms that come up from the south, they've got all the moisture tapping in from the Gulf of Mexico and then wrapping in from the Atlantic, and that's You are correct. Yeah, typically those Alberta clippers that sweep through, they'll bring a dusting, couple inches sometimes. They don't have a lot of moisture to work with. It's those storms that originate and tap into the Gulf of Mexico that tend to give you the wallop. Hey, we got to get our news update. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast here on a Tuesday morning. Welcome in the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
New Year's Day started off with a bang in the Pittsburgh area.
The National Weather Service says a source of a loud boom heard near Pittsburgh was a meteor. It was heard around 11:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. The Weather Service confirming the sound was an airburst caused by an exploding meteor in the atmosphere. It says there was no seismic activity or thunderstorms when the boom rattled homes. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A fast-moving redistricting trial over North Carolina's new congressional and legislative maps has started. 3 state trial judges are hearing arguments which allege district boundaries approved by the legislature in November are partisan. The state Supreme Court told the judges to rule by January 11th. Appeals are expected to follow. This year's primary already has been delayed from March to May, while the lawsuits are heard. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Dr. Anthony Fauci explains why kids' COVID-19 hospitalization numbers are so high.
As some media headlines across America read doom and gloom for America's children during the Omicron variant of the pandemic, Dr. Fauci on MSNBC says these numbers are being inflated.
That if you look at the children who are hospitalized, many of them are hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID. If a child goes in the hospital, they automatically get tested for COVID, and they get counted as a COVID hospitalized individual, when in fact they may go in for a broken leg or appendicitis or something like that. So it's overcounting the number of children who are, quote, hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A federal judge in Oklahoma has set a January 28th date for the resentencing of Joe Maldonado Passage, better known as the Tiger King Joe Exotic. In July, a federal appeals court ruled he should get a shorter sentence. The U.S. Court of Appeals determined the trial court wrongly treated two murder-for-hire convictions separately in calculating his prison term. Maldonado Passage received a 22-year prison sentence. The appeals court said the trial court should have calculated to be between 17 and a half years to just under 22 years in prison. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yes, indeed. Thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour as we roll on. Yeah, we call it the late night, early morning hours. As we wrapped up 2021, had the final edition of the year of the parking zone, as they refer to it. Updates on potential new locations to park, truck stop openings all around the country. Starting with the state of Ohio, truck parking development lies mostly with state and local governments, but it depends largely on federal funding until Congress allocates money specifically to truck parking development. For the most part, state DOTs have to get creative. And the state of Ohio is doing just that, repurposing two unused way stations. Now, it's going to be a while before these open, so don't hold your breath just yet. But way stations along Interstate 71 and 76 in Ashland and Medina counties will be converted to truck parking areas. One way station on I-71 south between State Route 301 and US 250, again in Ashland County. The others on I-76 east between State Route 3 and 57. Construction is expected to begin in April of 24. So, why so far out, I don't know. But, I mean, boy, these things take forever and a day to get done. Arizona, further south and to the west, another state adding some truck parking, albeit temporarily. Earlier last month, the governor and the DOT announced the reopening of two previously closed rest areas, one on I-40 in Parks, the other in Christensen on I-17. According to the news release, the rest areas are open to serve the public, providing additional opportunities for drivers to park and rest, and helping to alleviate stress on the supply chain. However, this is only temporary to provide relief for critical deliveries here during the holiday season. Those rest areas are actually going to close down in a couple of weeks. Again, on like January the 18th. All right, Quick Trip moving into Oklahoma City territory after a zoning request was approved. Quick Trip is on track to open their first location in Oklahoma City. Tulsa-based Quick Trip has stayed out of Oklahoma City for decades. The decision to avoid Oklahoma City comes down to respect. Bill Brown, the owner of OKC 7-Eleven locations, gave Quick Trip co-founder some advice back in the early days. If it wasn't for Brown, we wouldn't be in business, he said. As long as Brown's family owns the stores, it would be unconscionable to open there. You don't see that kind of respect in business these days. But that being said, the Brown family sold their last stores, or they sold their stores last year. So now it is game on for Quick Trip, they tell us. Yeah, a couple of others on the list here. A new Love's expected outside of Chicago. Morris, Illinois will be the home to a new Love's travel stop sometime this year. Now, approved by the city in 2020, construction of the new truck stop may begin as early as this spring. Once built, there would be an additional 86 truck parking spots near Chicago. Although 60 miles away, Morris is considered part of the Chicago metropolitan area. We saw a whole lot of new locations opened in 21. It seems like on a consistent basis, Love's was on the list month after month. Love's ended the month of 21 with a bang. Of the big three truck stops, Love's, Pilot, and Travel Centers of America, Love's and Pilot opened a total of 10 new locations, 9 of which were Love's, adding more than 700 much-needed truck parking spaces to the infrastructure. Let's see, Great Falls, Montana, that was a Love's. Let's see, these are all Love's. Drayton, North Dakota, Pacific Junction, Iowa. Let's see, Delhart, Texas, Klamath Falls, Oregon, Helphin, Alabama, Kimball, South Dakota, Fillmore, Utah, Leavenworth, Indiana, and the one Pilot location that opened in December was in Fawcett, Missouri. Now, so it was a banner year for Love's opening new locations. Travel Centers of America is poised to have a good year this year. Last month alone, TA announced planned locations in Arkansas, California, Georgia, New Mexico, and Texas. As we get the new year underway, there you go. All right, let me see here. Rob, what's going on this morning? Hey, Rob.
Hey, morning, Steve. Called in yesterday, so I'm actually calling 2 days in a row. But Damon just called, and he's on the same route that I am every night. I-95 is currently shut down from around the 102 to the 117. It does not look like Virginia had a plow one out here today. Route 17, which he's going to be taking a little bit later, is a complete disaster.
Wow.
Cars are parked all over on the road. It's like a sheet of ice. And last night, I drive a single axle day cab. I did nothing but spin wheels most of the night. So, Demon, if you're out there, you're going to have one hell of a night, especially on 95 and 17.
I knew someone, like I said, someone had posted a kind of a screenshot of I-95. I didn't remember where it was, but that's probably where they were. It said it's a nightmare, all kind of trucks and, like you said, cars, black ice everywhere, sheet of ice.
Yeah, like you said, there's certain parts of that 17, which is a major truck route, that, I mean, it's a single lane still because they still got to take trees up. There's no power in a lot of the area. Everything's dark. The traffic lights aren't working. And you don't even see any plows out here.
Wow.
Virginia just absolutely failed.
Very interesting. Okay, well, thanks for the heads up, Rob. Good luck to you. I hope things smooth out.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for checking in. There you go, 2 in a row, about 15 past the hour. Eagle, yeah, take 2. What's going on?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm back in. I wanted to continue on, Steve, a few more things about the vaccine deal. Yeah, that you were talking about. You know something, Steve? when you said that this doctor or whoever this guy was, this audio you played, you said that that he was on Facebook or some other deal and they hadn't deleted it yet. I'm pretty sure it'll be gone tomorrow or the next few days. You won't be seeing that.
Right.
Because they definitely don't want that type of information coming out. But, Steve, this all started a long time ago, Steve. Remember when Donald Trump was in the White House? And Donald Trump and some of his people were trying to talk about other medications that you could possibly take to stop this coronavirus in its tracks. And they didn't want Donald Trump talking about these different drugs. They tried to block the man from talking, and they eventually took his Twitter account away from Donald Trump, shut him down. So Trump can no longer use Twitter or Facebook or nothing. They didn't want Trump to tell people about these other deals. Something's not right, Steve. Something is not right. Why they do not want people to know about these other drugs. Something is not right. Why they don't want people to know about these things. But, Steve, eventually the truth is going to come out. But unfortunately for a lot of people, it'll be too late then. So it's a shame that it has to happen that way, but it's not looking too good. But let me get on with this other deal here that you had mentioned about Nancy Pelosi, the Wicked Witch of the West.
Right.
Like you said, that'll be a good thing. You said Ted Cruz said that she's probably thinking about moving on. Hopefully in 2023, that'll be a real good deal. And I do hope that when if like Ted Cruz said, also from the great state of Texas where I live at, he said that that if they do take over the majority, the Republicans, they were going to seek impeachment of Joe Biden. Brother, that would be a real good thing. That would make my whole day to find out that they were seeking to impeach this man out of the White House. That would be a good thing. So I hopefully that this will transpire in November. I can't wait for November to come. And I do hope Ted Cruz and the other Republicans that actually care about this country, if they do take over the majority, they do try to seek impeachment of Joe Biden, because he definitely deserves to be impeached, Steve. And you know something, Steve? I got this same question. I forgot to tell you this last night. Since it's the beginning of the year. But but nobody never calls in to answer this question, because there really ain't no answer to the question. I challenge people that support Kamala Harris to name me one thing that she has accomplished in the year that she's been in the White House. Nobody never takes me up on that challenge, because there is no answer to that question, because she has accomplished absolutely nothing. She is officially a ghost vice president. She is invisible. We don't have a vice president at this point, Steve. She has done absolutely zero for the United States of America, except for collect a paycheck that she doesn't deserve. She will go down as the worst, if that's possible, worse vice president we ever had in the history of this country. That's a shame when Joe Biden doesn't even want to have nothing to do with you. Joe Biden, he regrets putting her in as his vice president. So she'll have that go down in history, that she's the worst vice president we've ever been associated with, Steve. Like I say, she couldn't even do her job down here on the Texas border where I live at. She couldn't even keep the illegals out. Didn't even try to stop nothing, zero. Biden put her in charge of that, and she didn't accomplish absolutely nothing. So the challenge is still out in 2022 for anybody that wants to call in. Give me something. Give me one reason why Kamala should continue on as vice president of the United States of America, because I definitely can't think of one. Like I say, she's made that position the laughing stock of the whole world, Steve. It's really embarrassing. And you know something, Steve? You said something about Joe Biden last week that was funny to me. you said that he's spent more time away from the White House in his first year than any other president, and you said something about that somebody says that he just sits in his house and looks out the window
yes.
with a dazed.
Yep.
With a dazed, huh?
He's looking out the window, kind of like a dazed and confused old man.
Yeah. That's basically what the president of the United States of America has come down to, Steve. He's made that job the laughing stock of the world. You got a president that sits in a chair and looks out the window with a dazed glaze all day long, and until they can bring him back to Washington D.C. to tell him what the program, pull his strings and tell him what to say, and then he'll board another plane back to Delaware to sit back in front of that same window. It's really a sad and embarrassing situation that we have an individual like that in charge of the most powerful country in the world, Steve. Just thinking about it makes me sick. And like I say, anybody that accepts the fact that man is in charge of your country, you're not a U.S. citizen as far as I'm concerned. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. Thank you much. And be safe out there. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there we have Extreme Propane 1 checking in. Extreme Weather Chaser Propane 1. So what time did you get back to the home 20 Monday morning?
1640.
1640.
4:40 in the afternoon.
So much for you.
Started out.
You were planning to be there, what, 10 something?
Yeah. I should have been home by 10 or 11.
Wow.
Yeah, I got held up on a highway there where a state highway that well, of course, state of Maryland completely failed too. Don't feel bad down in Virginia, but yeah, state of Maryland completely failed. I don't know how long was this storm predicted for, Your Honor. Didn't we talk about this on Friday?
Well, yeah.
Weren't we talking about this moisture coming across the coast, and there was cold coming down from the north, and the two are going to combine there in southern Maryland, Virginia, Newport News. The coast was all going to get hammered. Yeah, they ended up with about a foot down there in southern Maryland, right down St. Mary's, Charles, Calvert, and I didn't ever hear. Well, yeah, I did.
I think they were close to 13 inches out on the eastern shore, out towards Ocean City and going up into Delaware. So this was all predicted. I know with the rain, they like to put their pre-treatment down. They think it works. I think they're just as well off without it. With the rain, they weren't able to even get out there and do that. But their complete attempt to maintain highways completely failed. So I don't know. Roads were starting to pretty much get snow covered by, what was it? Probably by 6 o'clock. Everything had changed over good by 6 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, I got to my second delivery without any problem. Delivered that. And from the time I left my second delivery to where I normally get to make the road to go home usually takes half an hour. I was almost 4.5 hours on this one stretch of road because just traffic just couldn't move. I mean, and the thing is that once you start piling it up, all the vehicles on the road, well, then all the snow plows and everything else are stuck. They can't go anywhere either because all the traffic is not moving. So they actually had to start at the other end and come back. But apparently they had a commuter bus, a trash truck, I'm guessing a residential trash truck, or maybe one of the front end loaders, that type of commercial, but just the straight truck, not a tractor trailer, trash trailer. And they said there was another tractor trailer that was involved, but they had the whole road jammed up. And then when that happened, then people were trying to cut through the median and got all crossways in the median where there was kind of a cut through, and then got all that jammed up, and then they had both sides of the road screwed up. And yeah, it was pretty impressive. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess I got a violation on my electronic log yesterday because I was out for it was like 16 and 3/4 hours I was on my log for. So we did the 2-hour adverse weather, and we were still 45 minutes late on that by the time I got back to my parking spot.
Wow.
But, I figured I was on the safe haven side looking for my parking spot, right? Once I ran out of time, I was looking for a safe haven. And of course, we've told you about the truck parking situation in Maryland. So the closest safe haven I could find was, where I normally park. Imagine that. But I was home, got dinner and everything. So, but yeah, I was starting to wonder if I carried enough food with me for the day, because I just carried my lunchbox with me, and I was just starting to wonder if I carried enough food with me for the day. So, but anyways, hey, Eagle there, he asked a question, and he actually answered it himself there with what he said about Joe Biden. It's who's pulling the strings. So Kamala, she has done exactly as she's been told the whole year. She hasn't, she's towed the rope, stepped in line, stayed where she's supposed to be, and done what she's supposed to do. And the only thing she might have done is learn French. Oh, wait a minute, she didn't learn French.
No, she did not.
Used a fake accent. Oh, that was funny. At least there's some comic relief in this. At least with this presidency, we have some comic relief. Trump was pretty entertaining, but he kind of raised everybody's blood pressure in his entertainment. But this is, if this wasn't so sad, it really would be funny. But it's a pretty sad situation. And I don't know about anybody else, but on the vaccination deal, I think there's two things to say about it. If you want it, get it. If you don't want it, don't. And other than that, it's about time to stop beating the dead horse over it, because it's been here for a year now. We've had it for over a year. Politicians were able to get it a year ago and show everybody it was good, and we see how that all worked out. But anyway, so what's this Dr. A-hole Doom talking about now? He's telling everybody that the numbers aren't right with the children, that the children are going in the hospitals and they're being tested for COVID no matter what they go in the hospitals for. Do you think that means that all the other numbers could be wrong too for the adults? I mean, how many numbers are wrong out here? I mean, he's admitting all these numbers are wrong now.
And we've been saying that. We've been saying that for over a year now.
Yeah.
When it came to the adults in the hospitals, yes.
Exactly. Everybody died. Everybody that went to the hospital died of COVID. A gunshot victim died of COVID. Complications of lead poisoning. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, the demon out there. Yeah, you weren't alone, buddy. We all had a good day, but yeah, they couldn't get the roads plowed, and even after they started to get things opened up, there was still 2-3 inches of ice packed down on the roads. They couldn't treat them. They couldn't do anything to them. So I don't know. I don't know what it'll be like down there this morning. I think the biggest problem right now is that temperatures down in the 20s, Your Honor. We're down in the low 20s here for overnight temperatures. So things are going to be froze up pretty hard. And I didn't hear what the high was supposed to be today, but I know we got more crap coming Thursday. So if they don't actually get out there and do something, then it's going to be pretty ugly there for Southern Maryland and Southern Central Virginia on the east side of Virginia, and it's gonna be pretty ugly. So
I know the weather in D.C. You're talking about the roads not being touched. I can't remember which. I was trying to find the story, but I think there were only 2 senators on the Senate floor this past day, and the one was speaking about we knew that this weather was going to get ugly, and it appears that the road crews are nowhere to be found. They couldn't find any he said, I didn't see any plows. Normally you'd think they'd be out there trying to clear this, but nobody else made it to the Senate, so they had to cancel yesterday's vote to hold later today.
Yeah, and that was the thing, they weren't prepared for it, so nobody was really out early. I did see a few staged, but as far as the plowing operations go, I didn't see in my whole trip yesterday, I did not see one plow in operation until after my whole 5-hour sitting ordeal. I actually followed 2 plows that were trying to open the road I was on.
Wow.
And that was the only 2 that I actually saw in operation. But where was I going with this? No, the best thing would have been is that if everybody just saw the roads were bad and stayed home, didn't try to get out in them, because there was a couple interviews of people on roads that were stuck, all jammed up, because it wasn't just 1 or 2 roads. It was every road was jammed up, and it was lines and lines of cars, and everybody's like, well, I didn't think there'd be that many people out, so I figured I'd go out. It's like, no, stupid. When the roads are covered with snow, when you can't see, when you can see that your road has not been plowed, and you drive out to the next road that has not been plowed, don't keep driving out into roads that aren't plowed. Turn around and go home. But speaking of being out in the snow, here's one last thing. I saw they had Air Force One down there at Joint Base Andrews out moving yesterday. Did the president go somewhere or come back from somewhere, and they actually made that plane fly in that weather?
He was coming back coming back from Delaware. He was in Delaware for the weekend, like every other weekend.
Well, why the hell didn't he just stay there for another day? There was absolutely no reason for that plane to be in the air and have to try to land at Joint Base Andrews yesterday. Absolutely no reason, not with that weather. Because they were showing it. It came back in the heaviest part of the snowstorm. That plane landed at Joint Base Andrews in the heaviest part of the snowstorm. And then they had to motorcade him. Well, I don't know. Maybe they used the helicopter. Maybe they used Marine One.
They used the motorcade, and the motorcade had a hard time getting him back to the White House.
My point exactly. Stay in Delaware. Stay up there behind your, what was it, a $10 million fence? And it's Rehoboth Beach. Rehoboth is where his oceanside estate with the big fences.
Okay.
So. But anyways, hey, with all that, I ran you over your news break a long way here, so
Okay.
I'm the guilty one.
All
Me, my fault.
Here we go. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. A judge has ordered charges dropped against 2 Bureau of Prisons guards who admitted falsifying records after Jeffrey Epstein's jail suicide. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas admitted their guilt in May in exchange for having the charges dismissed if they followed the agreement's rules for 6 months. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, brown rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our De-Stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day because, remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants, By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's pretty good. Charles sends me an email about Nancy Pelosi. He said, Steve, if you put a picture of Pelosi in a cornfield, the damn crows would bring back corn they stole from 2 years ago. That's pretty good. Thank you, Charles. What's going on this morning, pup? What's happening out there? Well, let's see if I clicked on the right thing. Is pup still there? Take two. Come on, there you go. Pick up. There he is.
I was going to say I didn't hear the beep.
There it is.
Hey, real quick, between the 11 and 14 on I-75 northbound, somebody lost about 4 or 5 skids. I imagine they're splinters by now, but other than that. But he was talking about that COVID stuff earlier. If you happen to go back and listen to the podcast for Ron Hannity's show, he had 2 doctors on there today that pretty much are in agreement that the ibuprofen's a good thing to treat this with, and the reason there's so many variants coming out is because of all of the people that are vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm going to say about that. We had a pretty busy weekend. Went and seen the moose and Tex and Farmer there Friday night.
I got your pictures. What did you got down there? And sounds like, Moose made it sound like you had a decent crowd there. I guess, some were kind of coming and going, but.
Yeah, we had a good time. Yep. My wife, she won a door prize, and I won the 50-50 drawing. So
really?
Can't beat that.
How about that?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, the Brinks truck dropped the money off yesterday. So. But then Saturday, we got to go visit my new grandson. So pretty active weekend.
That's good.
Yeah, that was a real fun time up there. Yep. Glad to see everybody. So. I was mainly going to tell you about those pallets down there, but that was about an hour ago. So, like I said, I imagine they're about all splinters. So. You guys do anything over the weekend? Oh no, you're quarantined.
Yeah, we were right here, just enjoying my Miller Lite and and watching some football. I mean, watched had to tune in to the Bearcats losing their game. How about the setup for Georgia-Alabama championship game?
I was really hoping the Bearcats would have won. I had money on that, but I was hoping that they would win. Alabama's been in there too many times.
Yeah, no,
I guess they're a pretty good team.
Never got in the end zone.
Yeah, didn't Alabama and Georgia already play once this year?
That's what kind of had bumped. Georgia had to win that game, or rather, Alabama had to win that game, or they wouldn't have been in the top 4.
Oh hell! I just bet on that because the Bearcats was a long shot. The hell! But I'll tell you what. Old Moose had Texas truck loaded down. That would have made Red Sanford proud, I'm telling you.
Yep.
I just called in to say hi and tell you about them pallets. That's about all I got for you for tonight.
Well, all right. Yeah, thank you much. Glad you had a good weekend. Had a good time there at the ringing in the new year with the Big Moose and Hillbilly Tex and a bunch of friends. All right, let's see who we got. Looking at some of the posts here. Hello to Rick, checking in from Columbus as always. There in Columbus, he said, we got some of our schools that are actually going back to remote learning because of the rise in COVID cases starting today. Yeah, grandkids, they did not have school this past day. It was an in-service day. The day's supposed to be their first day back after the Christmas into the New Year's break. All right, let's see who else we got checking in. Hello to Gary. Morning all. Lori Glory's with us this morning. Good to have you on board. Barry said, I've been sitting on I-95 for 3.5 hours. Woodbridge, Virginia. That was about 30 minutes ago. Wow. So see, I-95, they've got some real issues out there on some of the roads, even major interstates, surprisingly enough. Country Bumpkin checking in from Michigan, 22 degrees, headed to Holland, Michigan to load, then on to Kansas City. Be safe out there, overnight drive nation. Very good. Good to have you on board. And be safe out there. Hello to Hired Gun. What's going on in your neck of the woods? He said, well, Facebook let me access my page on my laptop. Later today, I'll try to get back in from my phone. If I can figure out my password again. Did you find yourself in Facebook jail like everybody else? Yeah, and finally, he says, Dr. Fruitcake tells the truth about the over-counting of beer flu victims. There you go. Step out into traffic, get splattered by a truck, and they'll test whatever they can, scrape off the payment, and call it a COVID death. All right. And a Hired Gun says, Alabama's going to win. His prediction for the national championship, Bama's going to win. Georgia has only beat Bama 3 times in their last 20 meetings. Well, all right, we'll see. We're counting down the days. What that's coming up, is that next Sunday night? Is that Sunday night or Monday night? Sounds like it's a Monday night thing, isn't it? When they play the national championship game. I always get confused by that. But I'm always snoozing. I'm snoozing when the Super Bowl's being played on Sunday nights. I'm sleeping when the national championship's being played. Yeah, but let's get back to the calls here. Hello to Gilligan. What's happening out there this morning?
Oh, not much. Well, I guess this is a tale of 2 interstates. 95 over there is still a mess, but 81 over here in Virginia dry as a bone. I mean, there's some ice on the shoulders. You get off on the interstate and get on the exit ramps and stuff, there's some ice patches, but 81 is pretty well clean. I tell you, anybody out there that's over in here and all of the side roads, watch yourself. There's a lot of black ice out here for
okay.
Right across the road. Yeah, I got reports yesterday after the show that 17, which is one of the major thoroughfares that one guy was writing about, well, it's kind of a cutoff from 66 down to 95. Most of the drivers out there that's run this area is aware of 17. They said it was pretty much closed from Warrington all the way down to 95. So, not surprised, it's still a mess. My friend lives in Fredericksburg. He said he got almost a foot down there, which is right where 17 meets 95. So,
and you said you didn't get like a dusting barely, right?
Yeah, actually, my ground there at the house wasn't even white. But Winchester, which like I said is about 20 minutes from me, it got just maybe a little bit over an inch. I don't think they got 2 inches. Now, you get on down the valley, like down to Harrisonburg, I think they got 4 inches. One down here at Stanton, where Icebreaker, he's over in Waynesboro, which is just to the east of Stanton. They got, I think, 6 or 8 inches of snow. They've got a significant amount. In fact, I stopped down there in Stanton for a while probably 4 inches still on the ground, even after the sun come out over here yesterday afternoon and melted off a lot of it. At least it did up home. So we didn't have nothing come about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, they really got hammered pretty much east of the Blue Ridge.
Yep.
So, yeah, I really feel bad for the people. Horse feathers, I feel for you, man. That makes for a long day. Man, I've had them kind of days. It's been a few years. I sure don't miss them. By the way, I guess I better comment on Heat Wave. Heat Wave, Bambi Dovetail was that 400-pound exotic dancer you kept giving 20s to, by the way. That's, and if you'll check your other pocket, we got you back to Atlanta, Texas. There's a bus ticket there for Atlanta, Texas, going into Albuquerque. I sprung for that for him, you know.
Okay.
And I'll help the guy out. Yeah, he's got a way home. He's just got to search his pockets a little bit. As far as the warm beer, we could blame Heat Wave on that. He got on the bus. I think he'd been drinking there at the airport. He knocked over the cooler and knocked all the ice out of it and all this. And the beer got warm, so if he's complaining about the warm old German, he caused that, knocking all the ice out of the cooler. And well, I am a little sorry about the greasy bologna sandwiches. Steve, did you try my bologna sandwiches?
I know I passed on that. Thanks anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, I got a special recipe from the Knuckle Buster.
I was trying to avoid ptomaine. I did not want ptomaine poisoning for the new year.
Yeah, well, it's a special recipe. Like I said, Knuckle Buster sent it to me. Well, when I was making up the deer bologna, I run out of deer meat. That old Knuckle Buster, to substitute a little bit of coon and possum meat. So I think the possum got a little greasy. Yes. Yeah. But I tried to feed him boy as best I could. But man, he kept on stuffing 20s in that stripper starter belt. You know, she's in there dancing on the pole there at the bus. You know, he was all into that.
I'm thinking that I believe that was Inbred Redneck's ex-wife. That was Hogzilla that was actually on the pole there, dancing for you guys. You know, you get those beer eyes, and you know she looked like a 10. If anybody took her home, you know the whole drill. You woke up with the 2, right? And we'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, that's where we are, the Hot Shot Secret Studios Secret Bunker. And yeah, we're live on a Tuesday morning. Someone had posted, is this live? I guess they're tuned in on Facebook, YouTube. I'm not sure where they were. Whatever that was. Yeah, we're live from the midnight to 5 hours Eastern Time. Each Monday through Friday morning. And, of course, you can catch the podcast everywhere. Podcasts are available. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com. You'll find the links there. You can shop, get some of our Overnight Drive merchandise. You got some really cool Overnight Drive Radio mugs. Hot Shot Secret Studio on one side, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on the other. I think they're 30 ounce. And that's those mugs that keep your drink cold for 24 hours. You'll still have ice in your mug. Gotta love it. Meanwhile, I mentioned earlier Democrat Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. They say she is holding firm in her opposition to changing the filibuster rule, which that's what Chuck Schumer is vowing that they're going to vote on before Martin Luther King Jr. Day. According to Politico, Sinema supports the Freedom to Vote Act. She's actually behind the legislation as the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, but she's not willing to change or bypass the filibuster rule. That's what requires 60 votes for the legislation to move forward. Of course, you've got the 50-50 breakdown in the Senate right now, which means if Democrats like Sinema and Joe Manchin support the legislation, at least 10 Republicans would also have to vote to end debate so the legislation could proceed to a full floor vote. Now, Schumer and other Democrats have been in negotiations with both Sinema and Manchin, trying to craft a workaround that would make an exception for the voting rights legislation. Among the changes Democrats are pushing for in federalizing the nation's voting laws, which would include permitting ballot harvesting, eliminating voter ID laws, loosening voter registration requirements. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's about being able to rig elections easier than ever. Reuters reported that the act would also allow for universal mail-in voting and permit voter registration up to and including on actual election day. I mean, most states require you to register some period of time before the election. A lot of times it's 30 days. So officials can verify your eligibility to actually vote. Now, Sinema's spokesman appeared to cast a lot of doubt on whether she would support a plan to change the filibuster rule. Senator Sinema has asked those who want to weaken or eliminate the filibuster to pass voting rights legislation, which she supports. Do you think it would be good for our country to do this? Warning that the elimination of the filibuster could eventually lead to nationwide voter ID law, nationwide restrictions on vote by mail, and other voting restrictions that are currently passing in some states to be extended nationwide. See, if we're going to change the rules to make voting the way we want it to be as Democrats, remember what happens when the transition of power takes place, which very well is likely to happen this November. We're going to be opening the door for repeated radical reversals in our federal policy. It's going to go back and forth every time the power changes hands. So Joe Manchin echoed those sentiments, saying the issue of changing or manipulating the filibuster rule is a tough one because what goes around comes around here. You got to be very careful what you do. I mean, there's at least a little bit of common sense in some people's minds. There in D.C., there ain't much of it, mostly just hot air, but we'll return with our final hour right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Florida GOP Governor Ron DeSantis is continuing his stinging criticism of the Biden administration. At a news conference Monday, DeSantis blasted the Biden White House over its antibody treatment policy. He also took a jab at Democrat policies in general.
How big of a failure have vaccine passports been? Okay, if vaccine passports succeeded, you would not see a lot of the stuff that you're seeing in a lot of states that implemented them. And so all it served to do was discriminate against people based on an individual choice, create a two-tiered society.
Apple has become the first U.S. company to reach a $3 trillion market cap. Apple briefly reached the milestone on Monday before dropping back under the mark shortly afterwards. Apple broke the barrier when its share price hit $182.86. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply don't like it, right now is a great time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 or more per month with MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. You get access to a massive network of providers and 24/7 telehealth. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for more than 25 years. And it's more than just affordable health care, too. You get to be part of a community of Christians who pray for each other and support each other. But here's why now is the time to make the switch. Join before January 15th, and they'll waive your new member fee. So you'll save another $170 right off the bat. Call now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so you can save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Children ages 12 to 15 are now eligible to receive a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster shot. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced Monday it's also shortening the time from 6 months to 5 months between being fully vaccinated to being able to receive a booster. Dr. John Brownstein spoke to Good Morning America.
Even at the best children's hospitals in the United States, with state-of-the-art care, some children who become infected with this virus will die from it. That's the sad reality.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also weigh in on the Pfizer booster later this week. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has been permanently suspended from Twitter. Twitter says Greene spread misinformation about the coronavirus and the 2020 elections on her personal account. Her congressional account is still active. Greene said Twitter is an enemy to America and can't handle the truth. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has COVID-19.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said Sunday that he has tested positive for COVID. In a statement Sunday, he said he was fully vaccinated with the booster shot, having been administered in October, and was feeling only mild symptoms. His last in-person meeting with President Biden was December 21st. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Chuck Schumer is attempting a filibuster Hail Mary as Democrats' agenda on both elections reform and President Joe Biden's economic plans remain stalled at the beginning of a critical midterm election year. The Senate Majority Leader warned Monday that the Senate will debate and vote on changes to the chamber's rules by January 17th unless Republicans get out of the way on elections reform. A former sportscaster for CBS Sports who later organized major boxing events as an executive in Las Vegas has died. Bob Holleran died of natural causes at his home in Rancho Mirage, California. Holleran began his sportscasting career in 1962 at the CBS affiliate in Miami. In 1970, he moved to CBS Sports in New York, where he covered a variety of sports. Holleran left television in 1978 and moved to Las Vegas as an executive with Caesars World. He organized many fights featuring Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Oscar De La Hoya, and others. Holleran was 87. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I mentioned the rumor, the buzz. I don't know who started that. Washington Post this past day. Nancy Pelosi may retire after the midterm elections later this year. You know, don't let the door hit in the ass. Should have been gone a long time ago, if you ask me. Somebody needs to do a little investigating on her insider trading and others, not just, because insider trading has been ongoing on both sides of the aisle, Republican, Democrat alike. It should not be allowed. But, of course, looking here from the political insider with the beginning of the new year, talk turns to the midterm election. It is normal conventional wisdom that the party in control of the White House tends to lose seats at the halfway mark of any sitting president. So some of the more interesting speculation, though, is the future of Nancy Pelosi. That was the Washington Post reporting. She's expected to retire after the midterm elections this fall. You know, if they get hammered in the midterms, if there is this red wave, she's going to be going out of sheer embarrassment. Speculation started back in October when apparently Jake Tapper tried to get an answer from her on his show, the State of the Union show. After being asked a second time, she kind of snarked back, "Why would I tell that now? Why would I tell you that now? Probably, I would have that conversation with my family first, if you don't mind." So, yeah, snarky Nancy Pelosi. Why would I tell you that? But she did say probably. Right now you've got 23 House Democrats that will not seek re-election, headed for the exits. That's even more fuel to the fire of questions over who might be her successor. Several names on the list from both factions of the Democrat Party. And while they're all trying to say, we want someone that's going to unify the party, that's not going to happen anyway. Because the moderates aren't going to become far left, and the far left aren't going to become moderates. There's going to be two opposing factions in the party. That's just the way it is. All right, so with that, though, let's get back to the calls here. Checking in with Steamboat, I believe it is. Hello, Steamboat.
Dingbat.
Okay, well, it says Steamboat. Hello, Dingbat.
Hey, what's going on? I'm like, okay.
Gotta love that artificial intelligence, voice recognition.
Right.
I don't know how you get Steamboat out of Dingbat, but so what's happening tonight?
That's about 10 minutes away from my drop-off, and I am done for the night.
Good deal.
Yeah, I think I spiced Heat Wave drink. So
You think or you know?
I think I did. I think I gave him the wrong drink.
The wrong drink. Oh, boy. That might explain a few things.
So, I mean, after all, I'm a courier for medical stuff. So
Yeah. So you had something a little extra in there, huh?
yeah. But I want to send my condolences for your daughter and your family. I'm sorry.
Well, everybody's doing all right, you know. Just, I mean, it's all but inevitable that somebody had to come up with it, and I don't know, the way things are looking, eventually I think we're all going to have it in some form or fashion. So
Also, I want to congratulate myself. I have not bought a pack of cigarettes since Saturday.
Okay, I know you told us you were going to try to your New Year's resolution. Well, you're right. You're day number 4, correct?
Day number 4.
How's the cravings going? Are you pulling your hair out yet?
I'm about to kill Brain Dead.
About to kill him?
Yes.
I don't know. I've always heard once you.
I had to work.
I've always heard once you get to I think it's like the first 2 weeks is the really difficult, and then I guess your body starts getting used to not having the nicotine. But yeah, that's first 2 weeks can be hell, they say.
Oh yeah. But I had to work on New Year's Eve, so it was kind of hard to travel and celebrate New Year's at the same time.
Yeah.
But waking up Saturday afternoon, I should say, and getting a text from your boss saying you're not working tonight, I was like, yes.
Well, that's a good thing. Well, good luck with your non-smoking. It's Brain Dead wagering that you'll be. I thought he said you'll be smoking by the end of the month.
Let's just try another month. We'll take it one day at a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. That's all you can do. Well, I know it's a very difficult thing. More power to you.
All right.
Well, have a good morning there, Dingbat, or Steamboat. Maybe that'll be our new handle, Steamboat. Very unusual. 5 nuclear world powers issuing a joint statement this past day calling for the reduction of strategic risks in an effort to avoid war between nuclear weapon states. The People's Republic of China, the French Republic, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America issuing a rare joint statement in which they affirmed, quote, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Which we know that's correct. Oddly enough, we talked about that just briefly last week when I mentioned that old the movie War Games, where the big computer, the MOP computer, whatever they called it, that was simulating the nuclear war. And come to find out, there is no winning, no way to win. As nuclear use would have far-reaching consequences, we affirm that nuclear weapons, for as long as they continue to exist, should serve defensive purposes, deter aggression, and prevent war. We believe strongly that the further spread of such weapons must be prevented. Well, does that mean if they're all agreeing then that countries like Iran with their nuclear development and North Korea with their nuclear development, that they're all agreeing that these other countries should not be allowed to develop? The nations reiterated they understand the importance of addressing nuclear threats and emphasized the importance of preserving and complying with our bilateral, multilateral non-proliferation, disarmament, and arms control agreements and commitments. Yeah, the statement also said that the 5 countries intend to maintain and further strengthen are national measures to prevent unauthorized or unintended use of nuclear weapons. We underline our desire to work with all states to create a security environment more conducive to progress on disarmament, with the ultimate goal of a world without nuclear weapons, with undiminished security for all. How's that going to happen? We intend to continue seeking bilateral and multilateral diplomatic approaches to avoid military confrontation, strengthen stability, and predictability. But again, that is a very, as they said, rare joint statement coming from the likes of those 5 nuclear powers. All right, what are we looking at here? Let's get back to the calls, and hello to the blind man this Tuesday morning. What's going on, blind man?
Well, we got 6 inches of snow yesterday, and my back hurts too much to even go out there and try and shovel, so 3 kids came along, and I paid them each $75 to shovel out my walk and my long, wide driveway so I can walk up and down it for my exercise.
Long, wide. Now that better be I mean, when I was a kid, we were shoveling snow for $5 or $10 a driveway. That was big money.
Yeah, well, I was in one of my Donald Trump moods, so I gave them each $25. And they did a good job, from what another neighbor told me.
Well, they were probably loving that. $25 a pop. That's a good deal. Yeah. Oh, happy day.
Yeah. I told them to come back the next time we get snow.
I guarantee you, they'll be back.
Yeah. I was listening to one of the best of talk shows, and I can't remember which one over the weekend. And somebody called in and asked if the Democrats really care if people are leaving their cities. And the talk show host, I think it was Chris Plant, but I'm not 100% sure, dug up somebody named, I think his name was Joe Curley. He was the mayor of Boston from 1914 to 1915. And according to him, he could care less if people left the city. He didn't give a rat's rear end if the conservatives left. That meant he was in power as long as he wanted to be. And I'm just wondering if the Democrats in these blue cities and blue states really don't care if the conservatives leave.
I would think that the more conservatives leave, the more support they're going to have. They'll remain in power forever. That's what they want.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And Maryland, the legislature, one of the things they want to do is turn Maryland into a sanctuary state.
Well,
we got a governor.
That doesn't surprise me one bit. Does it surprise you?
No, it doesn't.
No.
And when my neighbors complain now, I just say, well, you voted for these people. I don't want to hear you complain.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
I don't know when the people of Maryland are going to finally have enough. I know the people in Western Maryland want to join West Virginia, but that's been knocked down. And I don't know about the people on the Eastern Shore. They're going to... Well, Delaware is just as blue as Maryland, and Virginia is going to be red maybe for the next 4 years. We'll see.
Yeah.
But anyhow, it's going to be really interesting when the midterms come up and see how many people get thrown out of office. It's no point talking to my 2 senators. It's like talking to a brick wall with these 2.
Well, for the lefty left, the liberals, yeah, their minds are made up. What's the old saying? Don't try to confuse them with the facts. Because
exactly.
Yep.
And I keep telling my neighbors, I said, I know that Democrats are useless because one of them came up to my front door last summer and wanted me, it was a special election, and he says, and I said, what have you done for the blind lately? And the guy didn't know what to think. I said, come on, can you name anything you've done for the blind? I'll have a good day, sir, and went to the next house.
Yeah, that's just, you're just one vote. There's not enough of you to make a difference, see, so,
No, and some of my blind friends still think the Democrats are great, and they wonder why they can't get help when they need it.
Wow. Well, blind man, it's good to hear from you. Happy New Year, and have a great morning. Be safe. And we'll be returning to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back as we roll toward bottom of the hour news break, about 5 minutes away. Plenty of room for you if you want to jump on board at 844-844-3388. Hello to Matthew. Morning, Steve. Hope all's well with you and the family as we start the new year. I wonder what's in store moving forward. Yeah, the question we all want answers to. I think this may be one of those answers. Talking about, of course, the COVID. Pandemics do eventually end. And even if Omicron is complicating the question of when this one will, it will not be like flipping a light switch. The world will have to learn to coexist with a virus that is not going away. The Omicron mutant is pushing cases to all-time highs, causing chaos as an exhausted world struggles again to stem the spread. But this time we're not starting from scratch. Yeah, vaccines offer some protection from serious illness, even when they don't prevent a mild infection. Omicron does not appear to be as deadly as the earlier variants, And those who survive it will have some refreshed protection against other forms of the virus that are still circulating, and maybe even the next mutant that emerges. The newest variant is kind of a warning about what will continue to happen unless we really get serious about the end game. COVID will be with us forever, says Dr. Albert Coe. We're never going to be able to eradicate or eliminate COVID. So you have to identify your goals. At some point, the World Health Organization will determine that enough countries have kind of tamped down their cases sufficiently, or at least hospitalizations and deaths sufficiently, to declare the pandemic officially over. Now, what the threshold for that is going to be right now, it is not clear. And even when that happens, parts of the world will continue to struggle, especially some of the low-income countries that lack enough vaccine or treatments, while others more easily transition to what scientists will call an endemic state. They're kind of fuzzy distinctions. All right, the Omicron crisis shows we are definitely not there yet, but I do think we will reach a point where COVID is endemic, much more like the flu is endemic. It rolls around every year. And this year, of course, we're going to have both of them working hand in hand. But that's going to be an ongoing discussion for years to come, guaranteed. What's up, Chevy guy?
Yes, sir. All right, I get up, throw my microwave breakfast bowl in the microwave, hit 3 minutes, pop out my tin of 50-cent blueberry pie, and pour my coffee, and sit down, turn TV on news. First thing comes on is Nancy Pelosi talking about you got to pass this election integrity bill.
Yes, yes. Which it is exactly it's the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, I thought if you wanted nighttime comedy, you went to them other clowns. But but here's I don't know where we're going to be come that time. Listen, China's going to do something. They're not going to wait until America puts a strong president in office. Russia, I don't believe they're going to wait. So it's hard to tell where we'll be at this time come the midterm election. But if it happens, and she's seeing it down, if they're seeing it down the pike, listen, this woman has done all kinds of things. You go from the House to the Senate, and you can be arrested if you don't have your mask on. But you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. She's abused her power in office. So you've got a lot of people, if they take over on her side, they're coming after her. They're going to impeach her too. They're going to be after her for a lot of this stuff, including this witch hunt, this lynching of Donald Trump over this, all the violations they've had, going after people's lawyers and breaking that confidence between their lawyers, getting phone numbers, tapping information, you name it. Just the abuse of power alone is, I wouldn't be surprised if she does retire and then move to a country without extradition. She got the money to do it. Mm-hmm. But, it's more than just them going after Biden, which I really don't know if he'd even know it. He'd probably be sitting there, hang the criminal in his own trial. So I don't know. He's gone. He really is. But Nancy Pelosi, I really do believe that she's clinging on to life right here, and they do want to corrupt. They'll do what they got to do to make sure that they can corrupt the elections. It looks like they're able to do it national according to Mike Lindell, the Chinese influenced the electronics somehow. And so we'll see if they can do these state elections the same way. But just pray this country hangs in there. Praise that the Chinese and the Russians hold back until that day comes. But they're spending a lot of money doing what they're doing.
Yep.
And I don't think, you and me, when we go spending money, we expect to have a payback, a result, or something of value in return. So we'll see. Other than that, we just thought I'd throw that in there about Nancy Pelosi. And, oh, yeah, that was good. Voter integrity.
Integrity.
I love that. One other. Stacey Abrams, she's already out there talking about voter integrity, but it doesn't have anything to do with voter ID. How about it?
Wow.
It's crazy out here. It's crazy. Hey, and one other thing for blind man, all them years I kept hearing about donate your car to the blind, donate your car to the blind, and dadgummit, he's still walking. I don't quite get that. Other than that, we'll wait for tomorrow. We'll be waiting for tomorrow morning, cops in the mail.
All right, there you go. Thank you much, Chevy Guy. I guess the Consumer Electronics Show got underway over the weekend, right? And it's actually going to end a little bit earlier than the planned date on January the 7th. A number of companies, including Amazon and BMW, dropped out of attending due to the Omicron. Now, according to the statement, the step was taken as an additional safety measure to the current health protocols that have been in place for the Consumer Electronics Show. This event, which is occurring both virtually and in person. All right, it actually begins technically tomorrow, Wednesday, January the 5th. There will be over 2,200 exhibitors there, they say. There's a number of other companies, Advanced Micro Devices, Procter & Gamble, Alphabet Incorporated to Google, Facebook's parent Meta platforms that have all decided to drop their in-person plans due to the uncertainty over the Omicron, so a lot less in attendance. So I guess it'll be just like a 2-day deal, 5th and 6th. It's not going to close on the 7th like it was intended. It is news update time. We'll get a quick time out here and wide open lines. Want to jump in here as we head out to our final segment on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Florida GOP Governor Ron DeSantis is continuing his stinging criticism of the Biden administration. At a news conference Monday, DeSantis blasted the Biden White House over its antibody treatment policy. He also took a jab at Democrat policies in general.
How big of a failure have vaccine passports been? Okay, if vaccine passports succeeded, you would not see a lot of the stuff that you're seeing in a lot of states that implemented them. And so all it served to do was discriminate against people based on an individual choice, create a two-tiered society.
Apple has become the first U.S. company to reach a $3 trillion market cap. Apple briefly reached the milestone on Monday before dropping back under the mark shortly afterwards. Apple broke the barrier when its share price hit $182.86. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, once again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Couple of tidbits you may have missed. Yeah, with the holidays, Christmas into New Year, a lot of drivers off the road. Yeah, this whole inquiry into the January 6th insurrection that continues. And the one-year anniversary is almost here, right? What, day after tomorrow? January the 6th. of 2022 will be here. Now, the oddities, how ironic. There's a Portland Antifa rioter that was charged last year with assaulting police officers. Had his federal case dropped after completing 30 hours of community service. Now, this is a good kid here. Eva Warner of Beaverton, Oregon, who police said was also known as Joshua Warner, charged in September of 2020 with felony civil disorder. On the evening of August the 8th that year, authorities declared a riot at the Portland Police Association office after Antifa members broke windows and set fire to the office. The rioters had also used vehicles and dumpsters to illegally block traffic. That was the summer Portland, like so many others, facing mass protests and in response to the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Portland police said Warner directed a high-powered laser into the eyes of law enforcement officers who were trying to disperse the crowd. He then went on to resist arrest, prompting officers to use force. And yes, the laser pointer was found in his possession. Well, he was booked into custody and charged with intentionally obstructing, impeding, interfering with law enforcement officers engaged in official duties, and then released without bail. You know, no bail, because surely they won't go out and do something like that again. They've learned their lesson, right? Well, no, of course not. About a week later, Warner was arrested again, charged with second-degree criminal mischief in connection with yet another riot. Well, guess what? He was again released from custody without bail. Well, having been arrested twice, surely he would not do something like this again. No, of course. A week after that, Warner arrested a third time in connection with yet another riot, charged with interfering with a peace officer, second-degree disorderly conduct, again released without bail. You see what happens when there's no fear of reprisal. There's no punishment for committing these crimes. So why would I stop? Amid a federal investigation, U.S. Marshals arrested Warner September the 2nd of 2020 in a Portland apartment. He appeared in court before a U.S. magistrate judge the next day and was later released, pending further court proceedings. He was looking at 5 years in prison, if convicted. Well, the acting U.S. attorney for the District of Oregon filed a motion asking the court to dismiss with prejudice the indictment against Warner. In the best interest of justice, was his word. The motion noted he had performed 30 hours of community service. So he's definitely reformed now. And not surprising, I guess you'd say. The next day, the U.S. District Judge, Michael Simpson, dismissed Warner's indictment with prejudice. We reached out to the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Oregon, as well as the Portland Police Association. Warner's attorney was unavailable for comment, but arrested on 3 separate occasions, 3 separate rioting events, and he gets nothing. Well, if 30 hours of community service is considered an actual punishment, he's not spending any time. He essentially spent no time behind bars. Every time he was brought in, he was released without bail. Get the hell out of here. And what are some of these, quote, rioters that were involved on January the 6th facing? A number of them have already seen years of being sentenced to prison. And there's many more waiting for their charges and their trials. Meanwhile, about 15 before the hour, And you might have missed this one as well. President Biden's administration deleting a social media post that informed the public that a potential terrorist had been apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border. I know we did report on that earlier in December. Top border agent Chris Clem posting pictures showing the man who was apprehended. He included the man's age, 21 years old, his country of origin, Saudi Arabia, and said the man was linked to several Yemeni subjects of interests, like on a terror watch list. But Clem's post was taken down by Customs and Border Protection. All individuals encountered at or between U.S. ports of entry are screened and vetted against a broad range of law enforcement and intelligence information, they said, to determine if they pose a threat to national security or public safety. Customs and Border Protection is continuing to investigate the matter following standard protocols. This may include referral, if appropriate, to other relevant law enforcement entities for further investigation and then a custody determination. A December 20th tweet on that matter has since been deleted because it contained law enforcement sensitive information. That's why they took it down. Yeah, there was a similar incident that played out back in April when Customs and Border Protection announced that 2 Yemeni nationals on the FBI's terrorist watch list were also apprehended at the border. In that case, they did issue a statement detailing the arrest. Surprisingly, or maybe not, that release was pulled within days. Now, this all raises questions. The news released in question was not properly reviewed and contained certain disclosure and policy information related to national security. In other words, they don't want us to see or be talking about terrorists potentially being arrested at the southern border. But keep in mind, it's been pretty much almost a full year now since Joe Biden was sworn in. And we've seen the influx, 2.5 million plus, officially crossing that border illegally this year. Yeah. Well, it was 1,700,000 and some odd thousand that were actually apprehended. There was 500,000 what they called gotaways. How many of those may have been terrorists? Possibly. Looking to make their way into the United States so they can plot and plan and just get ready for the next September 11 style event here in this country. Meanwhile, not a peep from the Biden administration. Where's our border czar? Where's Kamala Harris these days? Okay. Now we get a final timeout. We'll come back, winding things down on a Tuesday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM. or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, that's right. Happy Taco Tuesday. Back out on the road after the holidays, right? Truck and Phil on board this morning. Morning, Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, and Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Taco Tuesday. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip back to Fort Wayne. General Motors. Wow, it is 2022. Yes, it is, and I hope you had a great New Year's weekend and enjoyed a few days off there. Oh, not like you haven't had any days off in 2021. Yeah, with those, consistently shutting things down for a week here and a week there. Yeah, due to the COVID at the GM facilities and the conductor shortages and all that fun stuff. Yeah, maybe it will be a better year for the auto industry. Vaughn shared this story, and from the website Interesting Engineering. I had no idea this kind of research was ongoing. China's artificial sun, a nuclear fusion tokamak reactor that could provide almost limitless amounts of emission-free energy, set a record Thursday by running for 1,056 seconds at what they call high plasma temperature. This reactor is called EAST for short, which stands for Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak. Again, EAST for short. It is located in Hefei, China. It broke a record in May when it ran for 101 seconds at a temperature of 216 million degrees? That is correct. 216 million degrees Fahrenheit. Now, EAST is just one of several nuclear fusion experiments around the planet that are designed to mimic the reaction of the sun and stars using these reactors. Nuclear fusion occurs when two atoms smash together to form a heavier nucleus, releasing massive amounts of energy. By harnessing this power, several high-profile experiments hope to provide enough energy to end the world's reliance on fossil fuels. There are other nuclear fusion experiments, including MIT's Bill Gates-backed program, SPARK, and South Korea's K-STAR, which recently broke a record by maintaining super hot plasma at 1 million degrees for 30 seconds. The EAST experiment has reached several key milestones toward viable nuclear fusion. These include achieving a 1 million ampere current and producing a 1,000 second duration, 100 million degree temperature. Now, the EAST engineers have to achieve those two targets at the same time. These breakthroughs in the scientific community will gradually improve, and the efficiency of these artificial suns, reducing the immense power that's required to run them in the first place. I guess the ultimate goal is, if they are successful, they may unlock net fusion energy here on planet Earth. But I've never heard of such incredible temperatures. 216 million degrees Fahrenheit for 1,056 seconds. And with that, we'll close things out here on a Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I've enjoyed you being along for the ride. Share with your friends. Let them know that the Hot Shot Secret #1 selling oil additive Stiction Eliminator, you can find it at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. Make your engine run better. Money back guaranteed. Grab your bottle today. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll be making our way into what? Quote, hump day. First hump day of the new year. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream